Welcome back to Nintagious. I hope everyone had a nice weekend. We're just gonna relax with some Zelda speedruns tonight, I think. Well, quote-unquote relax. I've done a couple practice runs over the weekend, and they mostly went really well. I did have one, if you guys remember last week, I had a run where, like, just the... I don't know if they're moblins. The things that look like moblins. Give me some really bad RNG on the overworld, and the run died, like, before the first dungeon. And I had another one of those this morning, so I guess that's just a thing that's gonna happen on occasion. I might need to find a safety there, like, in case it happens, so that I know how to deal with it. Those are, in fact, moblins. There are a couple other enemies I wanted to check the names of. Might as well do it while I'm here. Oh, those things in the last dungeon are... Lanmola? It's not a terribly comfortable name. I know the names of most of the rest of the enemies. Okay, anyway. So yeah, I think we'll jump right in here. I wanted to have that command ready as, like, just a reminder that, like, if things get intense, I might not be looking at chat too much, which it already did, but I also wanted to add, don't hesitate to ask questions if you're like, hey, why do you do it this way? I'm relatively new to this run, so I might not necessarily have the answer there, but I want people to feel welcome to ask questions like that. I think I might actually dial it back on the commentary otherwise in that regard. I think I'm going to talk less about the run. Unless people show an interest. If people show an interest, then I'll explain everything. I have no problem doing that. But I often feel like, to be blunt, that I feel like a lot of YouTube viewers don't really care about the particulars of the run. They just kind of they respect it for what it is, but they don't particularly want to know about all why are things done the way they are. But if anyone does, I'm happy to talk about them. One other note is that I am idling on the start screen because of the fact that I found out last week that the main theme, like when the storyline is scrolling on the title screen, that theme gets copyright claimed. It might be disputable because I don't think it's Nintendo that does it, but it's also, like, easy enough to avoid, so it's kind of whatever. It's also only in some countries, so it's no big deal, but I figured I could just completely avoid it. But I also didn't want to be sitting on the file select screen in complete deafening silence. So I just loaded into the overworld really quick. Okay. Is there anything else that I need to address? I am using the Super Nintendo controller now this week. Last week I was still just using the Joy-Cons because this hadn't come in yet. We'll keep it comparing to personal best. That's fine for now. I'm still kind of getting used to it, but, you know, in general, I think it feels pretty good, so. So I think I'm gonna get our first run started. And see where it takes us. See, hopefully, like, as I said, I've done, like, I think I did 2 practice runs over the weekend. And both of them were quite good. So hopefully that keeps up. One of them was actually a PB by 0.9 seconds. So that was a thing. Damn it. Oh. I don't think I knew that. Also, I don't have my map up. What am I doing? Hold on. That would have been bad to forget where I'm going. I don't quite have it all, like, completely memorized yet. Getting there. Getting there. Yeah, right here, if the moblins spawn on the left side of the screen, like, just shit hits the fan. It gets nasty. And I don't really know how to deal with it yet. That's something I'm gonna have to learn to deal with, because it can clearly happen every now and then, so... Well, that sucked, but that's okay. No, we kill these. Need the key. Okay. That sucked. Horrible start. So there's like 3 moments in the run where I think I'm the most likely to lose the run. And, one of those moments is within the first dungeon, which is actually the second dungeon. Like, anywhere before we get to the second dungeon, which is actually the first dungeon, try to keep up. I feel like I have a solid chance of losing the run, because you don't have a lot of health, and I'm still new to the run, so it's kind of easy to die. If basically any of these enemies choose to not play nicely. Oh, I didn't get the fairy? Hello? What? I stabbed it and everything, dude. Alright, that's fine, I guess. Realistically, dying within the dungeon isn't the worst thing in the world. It still sucks and should be a reset, but I would, I think I'd rather just keep it going for now. Because I still need practice on so much of the run that I don't necessarily want to spend a lot of time resetting an early part. It's highly unfortunate, because that fairy would have fixed everything, really. We would have been fine. I tried to grab it, but I just couldn't. Ooh, early bomb drop, that's nice. They guarantee a bomb drop, but getting an extra one is always nice. Bomb count is, pretty tight throughout this run, you motherfucker. Okay. Well, oh, you fucking clown. This is a reset. Oh my god. Well, at least I got the bomb drop off of it. We lost a ton of time there, but at least we're good on bombs and we could potentially make it up later, so... As I said, first run of the night, I think we're just gonna no reset, because I want to just practice everything. The whole run still needs a lot of work, so I think resetting the first dungeon over and over and over again or the first split over and over, first 2 splits, is just a bad idea, so we're not gonna do it. Oh my god. If we die here, we'll reset, though. Dying at this part is catastrophic. because it puts us all the way back at the very beginning, and we'll lose a ton of time off of that. Excuse me. It's one of those nights, unfortunately. Hey Jeff, how's it going, by the way? Anyone else who might be lurking around as well, it's good to have you. This is just the first quest. I haven't even done the second quest casually yet. I don't even know how long that speedrun is. I would assume it's longer, but probably not by a whole lot. I've heard it's kind of shitty. Like, honestly, I heard that second quest kind of sucks. The game just kind of does unfair things, and I don't think I'm terribly interested in it. The game already does unfair things, so I'm kind of like... I'm fine with the unfairness that we already have. Darknuts and Wizrobes are already complete assholes that you have to deal with. Last, 2 practice runs I did, I actually didn't need to use the potions at all, so that was kind of nice. I mean, I used the free one, but I didn't have to buy any. Let me clarify that. I would really like a health drop. Thank you. Okay, that sucks. Whatever. Hey guy, how's it going? It's pretty fine so far. Well, this run sucks already, but aside from that, everything is fine. As long as he doesn't turn, like, directly down there, that's totally fine. Okay, now and only now is dying okay. Dying before that part sucks, because then we have to walk all the way back up here to get stuff. Now if we die, it's whatever. I think it's about the same distance to the next dungeon anyway, so... I didn't do that intentionally, I just suck and took damage, but that's fine. Also gives us some health back, so... I think that might be why dying invalidates the run. Like, it's weird. When I was reading about, like, the qualifications for submitting a run, they said that, like, if you die, that might invalidate the run, and I was like, why? I can only assume it's to cut back on death warping, but, like, all other speedruns allow that, so I don't understand why this one in particular is like, no death warping. You're not allowed to do that. It's like, why not? I don't get it. That's fine. We'll do this first. I actually managed to wake up early today myself, and then I, still was late to the stream, so that was fun. That's a good example of how, different types of weather mean different things to different people, right? Like, I hear heat wave, I do not think 80 degrees for a heat wave. But up there, it probably is a heat wave. But all sucked, but they gave me some health back and they gave me a bomb drop, which is fantastic, so I'm just gonna be happy. If these runs go well enough tonight, we might try to also de-rust Awakening. I'm gonna throw that out there. I don't think that's gonna happen. We'll probably just stick with this run. Oh no, I need to talk to Twain a little bit more about that, because I kept thinking that I would deliberately wait to de-rust Awakening and de-rust alongside him learning it. But I know that he's like... I know that he doesn't necessarily like doing streams where he's learning a run, so... I think he's planning on learning it in advance. Made some time back here. Not bad. A little bit. Like 30 seconds. My goal with this game right now is, like, to get it, like, consistently sub-hour. Where, like, even when a run goes poorly, I'm able to still make it to sub-hour. That's kind of, like, my short-term goal. My long-term goal is to make it sub-50. But I think I might be a ways off from that yet. And I wonder if that might require a route change. I might have to use one of the newer routes for that. Newer, harder routes. Yeah, like, realistically, 80s here for the summer is completely normal. I hear Heatwave and I think, like, 90s. And even that's probably normal for other parts of the country. There are probably some southern states who are like, 90s nothing. You love the generous bomb drop. Both of my last practice runs have had very generous bomb drops, so if we can keep that up tonight, that would be spectacular. Okay, that works. I don't need the bombs at the moment, so we're not gonna kill them yet. Realistically, we don't even have to kill them if we don't wind up needing the bombs, but it gives us a little bit of leeway where we can use some bombs to kill those guys, which is nice. Or the ones in the, not the next room, but the one after that. Oh, baby. And another bomb drop. I love the generosity. Always remember to thank and appreciate your video games for being generous. So to get annoyed seeing the same ad 5 times in a row. I do think that's the problem with ads, is that, like, 50% of the time it's the same ad. Like, if there was more variety in ads, I don't think people would mind them as much. But that's definitely an issue on, like, YouTube, too, where I feel like I'm just... Like, whenever I'm watching video content on YouTube, which is basically whenever nobody's streaming on YouTube or Twitch, I'll just watch video content instead. And, whenever I'm doing that, I feel like, you know, every video is gonna have at least one ad, if not 2. And they're almost always the same ad. Like, just... over and over and over. Oh, baby, that feels good. And they're typically not the ads that are, like, funny. On top of it. every now and then I see an ad where, like, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'll see one where I'm like, that's just, like, laugh out loud funny. Like, it just kills me. But those aren't the ads you see on repeat over and over again, multiple times a day. You see the dumb insurance ads and shit. Alright, so I did have some spare money. I probably could have went and bought some extra bombs. I didn't need any. I had 8, so we can just carry on. That's been kind of nice. That's been, like, bomb drops have been generous lately. In earlier runs, I definitely had some situations where I had to go buy some extra bombs at this point. And fortunately, I sort of routed so that I'd have the rupees to cover it. I just haven't needed to cover it lately, which is nice. That's the interesting thing, too, is, like, I think most people would say, yeah, it's annoying how the same ad plays just over and over and over again. Yet, despite that, we're all gonna cite different ads. So there is an ad variety, just for whatever reason, like, per person, it tends to just pick one and play that one over and over. My favorite is when it plays the same one, like, back-to-back. In the same ad break. It's like, what the hell is... Twitch does it too. I think everywhere does it. And like I said, that's the problem. I think if that wasn't a thing, that people would not mind ads as much. Because that's not how TV is, right? I mean, you might see the same ad, like, once per commercial break. If it's something they're advertising, like, super hard. But you're not going to see the same ad multiple times in the same break, at least. This was maybe not the fastest way of doing it. I thought since I had the sword beam that I was like, oh, this will be easy. It does not seem to be working out as well as I expected. Well, no more sword beam. Reminder that these fucking cancerous assholes, like, stun you and won't... Like, they don't stun you, but they, like, paralyze you, and you can't use your sword for, like, 3 or 4 seconds or something. So if I ever get hit by one, and then I'm just standing there not doing anything, and you're like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm waiting for it to wear off. Because there's not a whole lot else I can do at the moment. Once I have the bow and an arrow, more importantly, because I already have the bow. I just don't have arrows yet. Once I have arrows and I'm at that point of the game where I don't have to save rupees anymore, I can just use the bow at that point. Although that doesn't work on every enemy, which sucks. It doesn't work on whiz robes, which is really annoying. Something that sucks with this run, and I've learned this watching the randomizer that GDQ did this past week. I guess it's last week now. Is that the magic rod is, like, just really good for killing basically everything, but we never get it in this run, so we don't have that safety, which sucks. Because that'd be really nice for dealing with whiz robes and dark nuts, probably. That sucked, but, I mean, we did it, so I can't really be too upset about it. We did lose some more time somewhere. Yeah, bubbles are bullshit. Hate those things. Especially for some of the harder rooms. There's some rooms later on with... Again, you can use anything but the sword, I believe. So again, the magic rod would be like really useful, but we just never get it in this run. I didn't get it in my casual run either, so I don't even exactly know where it is. To be honest. Yeah, there's some rooms, I think in the last dungeon, where it's a bunch of Wizrobes and a bunch of bubbles, and they just stun the shit out of you, and then the Wizrobes roast you. And you can't use the bow in that particular instance, because arrows just don't work on Wizrobes. It's just a big cycle of suck. Alright, I was gonna say I should buy some extra bombs, but I do not have the money at the moment. I need 10 more rupees to be able to comfortably do it. Or I didn't get it, dude, whatever. Item hitboxes are, like, not active right away, so I walked through it too early. Oh, okay, well, we got another one. That works. The game is being very kind lately. There's still one of these heart containers that I could just completely route out if I wanted to save a couple seconds. But I'm not sure which one. It's very tight. You want to make sure you have, I think you need 5 hearts to get the first sword, the white sword. So any heart before that point, I can't route out, because I need all of them at that point. But then after that, you need 12 for the magic sword, and I think I usually wind up with 13 by the time I get there, so I could take one of those hearts and just not get it. Which just takes questioning which one would save me the most time. I'm thinking either... It's one of the two we just picked up. Either the one on the coast, or the one on the eastern coast, or the one on the southern coast where we have to bomb the wall. Because we have to, like, switch to bombs and everything there, so that's probably super slow, realistically. That's not bad. Oh my god, dude. Do you think these guys would be really easy? Because realistically, they move kind of predictably, but I mentioned last week that there's like a 10% chance that they'll just do something completely irrelevant to what their pattern is. And that's what makes them difficult, because sometimes they just occasionally do something that doesn't make sense. Whereas if they always moved according to plan, they're very predictable. It's just there's that 10% chance where they're not predictable. That was terrible. What am I doing? That was slightly less terrible, but it was still terrible. Oh god. I hate this. Alright, I need to stop using bombs. Unless I'm gonna actually hit them, which I'm not, so... yeah... Well, they're being generous with health, though. This is a blessed run. I don't know who blessed it, but, you're my hero. Dude. One of my practice runs, I actually used one of my potions here, which I thought was a terrible idea, but it actually kind of worked out in the long run, so... Hi, Scarlet. I already kind of knew how to predict them. It's just that 10% chance of unpredictability where they just do something random that isn't exactly what I expected them to do. Like, they move locked to the grid. It's, like, pretty simple. I realized even in my casual playthrough, like, oh, they always move on the grid, so do these guys. Oh, baby. You love to see that. And they tend to turn towards you, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes they'll just turn in some random direction and just be like, I'm going this way now. And that's what makes them awful. Stopping the beat. I did also mention potentially getting the randomizer ready for this week. I did download it, but I don't have one, like, I don't have one seated and ready to go. I got mixed up. Jerk. Well... Dude, I've never had all three of them converge on me like that. That was nasty, and I hated it. Alright, so I'm gonna kill these in hopes that they're not dropping anything. In hopes that one of them drops health. Shit. I don't need the key. I don't want to have to use my potion on this boss. I shouldn't have to. But I might have to, because of the bullet health, so... Dude. I hate it. There's so many enemies in this game that just move completely unpredictably and will just bounce wherever the fuck they want. And it is super obnoxious. I think that's like perhaps the worst part about this game is how many enemies will just do whatever the fuck they want to do and don't seem to have an actual pattern. Like when the sound effects inhibit part of the music for a moment, you just hear the one part of it. Yeah, it's very much an NES kind of thing, right? I guess probably like Game Boy games do it too. Yeah, fucking Pole's voice was in my way. Why did I call him Pole's voice? What a weird name. Give me some health, you fucks. always forget about this room, and then I get here and I'm like, I hate it. Oop, oh, we got a spare bomb drop. You want to try a randomizer, but you fear it will only yield unpleasant runs for you? Yeah, that's something I'm hesitant about with the Zelda 1 randomizer, is like, the first seed I get is gonna be like, cursed as hell. And I'm just gonna be like, this is awful. I already have the... Why? Who's Paul, though? That's... I get the other part, but who's Paul? Well, we lost a shitload of time on that dungeon. That sucked. That's probably what it is, yeah. It's probably some pun that we, silly Americans wouldn't understand. Someone bombed her in her fucking litter box again. Like, what is it with Sunday night speedrun nights that makes you think, I'm just gonna drop a big one and not cover it up with litter? Like, what's wrong with you? You have no consideration for others. I almost forgot the arrows. That would have been absolutely awful. No, it's on Wednesday. Why is he traitorous? What did he do? Had to have been something bad if Scarlet's on your bad side. But no, it's on Wednesday. I got both the meat and the arrow, right? Okay, good. Not trusting myself at the moment. Not the bow. Holy shit, what are you doing? Does the res on Twitch only? No. YouTube people... Maybe it's the YouTube viewers betraying him and not giving a shit about speedruns. Also, restreaming sucks. That's the other thing I can't hold against him at all, is like, streaming to both at once sounded completely awful. So like, I totally get it. I'd like there to be a stronger speedrunning community on YouTube for sure, because I often feel like if I want to get more involved and, like, network with other speedrunners, I'm basically gonna have to move my own speedrun nights to Twitch, and I don't really want to do that. But it's quite difficult to network in that regard. Oh my god, this is such a cancerous room. There has to be an easier way through that room. I feel like YouTube viewers, like, understand it at, like, base concept, right? They think it's impressive that you can beat the game in one sitting. Which is fine, but, like, They don't really care about the technicalities otherwise. The very fact that you're just attempting to do it in one sitting is enough for them. And then they just kind of stop paying attention, I feel like. I think, to be blunt, that some of them also think it's very trivial, and they don't think it's actually, like, impressive at all. Kind of depends on the viewer, of course, but... I would love to destroy the stigma that, speedruns aren't impressive, but 3-heart challenges are, because I don't think there's anything impressive about 3-heart challenges. Or Kaizo. Unless you're doing either of them fast, and then I think it's impressive, because... And it's not just because fast, but fast, like, gives you a limitation. That's why I don't like 3-heart challenges, because they're like... You could spend 5 months doing a 3-heart challenge, and then be like, yay, I did it. I died 347 times, but I did it. It's like, but that's not impressive. That just shows that you're willing to deal with something that's awful and exhausting. Do it fast, like, or within a certain amount of lives, and then maybe I'll be a little bit more impressed. See, that's the thing, I don't necessarily want to do just, like, random challenges. I don't think they're impressive when other people do them. I'm probably not going to be interested in doing them myself. Like, beat Mega Man 3 without sliding. Who fucking cares? Like, who cares? I think that just shows my patience for bullshit more than anything. And I don't think patience for bullshit is necessarily something that should be doted like that. I don't think that's the right word, but... Hey, the P-Hat played nice. Man, this run sucks. Love it. They actually don't have to kill those. But they kind of line themselves up, so I just kind of do it. Dude. By the way, Scarlet, I don't think these are officially BMOs, so I think we talked about that these kind of aren't technically BMOs, but they evolved into what BMOs are. But other people refer to them as BMOs too, so we're not necessarily wrong. I noticed during they did the randomizer on GDQ, and they were referring to them as BMOs too. We don't have to kill these. Asshole. Although I did think of a, like, arbitrary challenge, like, arbitrary clickbait challenge I could do the other day. And that's, playing and beating the Mega Man or Sonic games on keyboard. which I don't think is impressive. But I could do it, and it's probably clickbaity, because a lot of people probably think it's impossible. The bubble just is always there. See, I don't think I would really enjoy it. That's the thing. That's why I don't do it, because I don't think I'd get anything out of it. I wouldn't be proving anything to myself. I already know I can do it. So it's like, who cares? You don't have to kill those guys either, so I fucked that up. Missed the first one, but that's okay. Yeah, there's like 3 different colors of bubbles. Do they do anything different, or are they just different colors? I assume they're just different colors, but... And I feel like it's worth pointing out, too, that, like, I used to disrespect speedrunning, too. So, like, this is coming from someone who once thought speedrunning wasn't a big deal, and then watched a little bit of it, and realized it's actually pretty impressive. I think it has a bad rap for multiple reasons. Because I think a lot of people see the runs where they, like, wrong warp directly to the credits, and they're like, this is stupid. And it's like, I agree. I agree. Those are dumb. That's why there are other types of runs that you can do. Alright. The Hell Room. Not only with the Dark Nuts and the Beamos and the lag, but... Despite all of that, this went surprisingly well. This is probably the best I've ever had this room go. Also, I have to apologize. I'm definitely not catching everything you're saying. This run moves pretty fast. Well, that was awful. Fucking kidding me? How's he not dead? Get the fuck out of here. Jesus. Awful. Oh, that went very smoothly. Usually I have to take like 3 damage boosts to get through there. It's not bad at all. Oh, cool. Now you give me the stopwatch. That's great. I'm gonna have to potion here. I'm not gonna be able to beat this guy with this amount of health. There's no way. And then we're just gonna lose even more times, so I'm gonna make a judgment call. I would have died, right? Did I take that potion for nothing? Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here and buy some bombs, because only having one, that means I'm not gonna have any when I go into the dungeon, because I have to use one to blow it open, so we're gonna buy some bombs really quick. You know what? You're gonna be here, right, Scarlet? I'm trying to, like, skim back through chat and catch everything you've said while running. I'm just gonna finish the run and then I'll go back and catch up. How's that sound? I feel like that sounds like a better idea. Okay, fine. That Lionel just was like, no, please, not today. I don't know why he turned to the right there. That was peculiar, but okay, here we go. Speedrun terms, you get a few, but not a lot. I don't even expect people to, like, fully understand the run, because realistically, the guy I watch a lot on Twitch has been doing a lot of speedruns of Silent Hill 4. I don't understand that run at all. So I don't expect everybody to, like, only talk about the speedrun, but it would be nice that if, like, a few people did, I guess is what it comes down to. I often feel like just no one cares, like I said, they think it's impressive that I can do it in one sitting, but, like, that's the extent of it. Then they quickly move on, and they're like, okay. To be fair, I've talked a lot about how, like, there's a lot of viewers on YouTube that, like, don't really talk about games, and that bothers me. Because it's like, that's why I created the channel, was to talk about games. Twitch is the same way. It's really worth pointing out. The guy I was watching last night was talking about that. He was saying about, like, back when Twitch was just in TV, more people, like, talked about video games. Like, you could tell that that's what people were there for. They were there to talk about video games and, like, relate to people about that topic. And now that it's Twitch and it's super mainstream, like, now you just get a bunch of really weird shit. So it's not just YouTube, worth pointing out. That room went pretty well. So the goal here, this routing has been working for me. I'm probably losing a couple of minutes here, and it sucks, but this routing has been working for me. I go out of my way to get the red ring, which will prolong how far I can make it before I have to use my other potion. Ideally, I won't have to use my potion until before Ganon, and then I won't have to go get another potion. I'll just be good to go at that point. If I were better, I just wouldn't have to use a potion in that earlier dungeon, and that would help a lot, but I suck, so that's not true. This game's fucking hard, honestly. I mentioned how, when I was watching them do the randomizer on GDQ, these are people who have been doing the randomizer for, like, fucking years, and they were like, no, this game's hard. And that was refreshing, because I felt like last week, when I was speedrunning this, that there was a lot of attitude that was, like, that, like, you ever see that retro mentality where people are like, since I grew up playing this game, I just think it's fucking easy, and I'm just gonna gloat over the people who don't think it's easy yet, and whenever they say it's hard, they're just gonna be like, No, it's not. You're just not good yet. So it was refreshing to see this, even the speedrunners be like, nah, this game's hard. It's like, thank you. Where am I? I always get mixed up at this part. Okay, so we have to go up. Yeah, this fucking cancer room. This is what I was talking about earlier with the Wizrobes and the bubbles. Thankfully, the bubbles are all staying the fuck away. I wasn't watching my health. Fuck. I would have been okay with dying after I got the silver arrows. The fact that I have to redo all that shit is really bad. It's really bad. Dude, fucking bubbles, though. What a Mario Maker style enemy. I'm gonna grab this because I noticed I don't have any keys, and I don't know if that's important. I might be one short somehow. Huh, for some reason these didn't respawn. That's curious. Anyway, to back up a bit, that's part of why I think randomizers are super impressive, because that really shows that you know a lot about the game. You don't know only certain things about the game, you know, like, everything about the game. Like, when Twain does a Link to the Past randomizer, he has to know where, like, large clusters of chests are, so that he can try and get, like, as much stuff as possible. Like, he has to have, like, such a level of awareness about, like, the game itself, and I think that's impressive. Like, it bothers me that I said about, like, I don't know where the magic rod is. Because I didn't find it in my recent casual playthrough. When I did a casual playthrough before I started learning the speedrun, I just didn't find it. Or the power bracelet. I found neither of them. So it's kind of like, shit, like, am I bad? Like, if I were to do a randomizer, there's probably still a lot of this game that I just don't know. And it would probably make it very hard. Alright, so I'm gonna have to use the potion here so that I don't die. Fuck! God, dude. Yeah, we don't get the lion key here. There's a lot of shit we don't get here. Now we basically have to not take billions of damage before Ganon. We have enough for a potion. If we have to leave and get a potion, we can do it. I just don't want to have to do it, because we're already really far behind and this run sucks, but... Fuck. Asshole. See, if I would have died after getting the red ring, then we wouldn't have had to come all the way out. Or after getting the silver arrows, rather. Which I did get them, right? Yeah, okay, we're good. So now we go up this way. It's kind of a straight shot from here on. Oh, this is terrible. They're just everywhere. Hey, View, how's it going? How's Unite? I would assume you've been playing Guilty Gear Strive. Didn't a new character just come out or something? So how's that been going as well? Where am I? We go left, right? Left. Okay. This is terrible, and I hate it. I'm kind of focused in at the moment because we're nearing the end of the run, but I'm gonna do a big chat catch-up after this. While I wallow in my misery of how bad this run is. Alright, we need Ganon to play nice. Ugh. I don't know how to stun lock him. I know you can do it, but like I've only successfully done it once accidentally. The worst run I've probably ever had is that time I got here and forgot to get the silver arrows. And didn't realize it until I was at Ganon. And then just started trying to shoot him with the arrows and like nothing was happening. And I was like, what's going on here? And then I realized, oh, I went to the area with the arrows, I just didn't go down and get them. Okay, so that sucked, but let's keep an open mind here. It was still sub-hour. It was still sub-hour, and I should be happy with that. It sucked in a lot of ways otherwise, but it was still sub-hour. And I should be happy with that. Okay, let me back up and see what what Scarlett's been talking about. I think I missed some other stuff you guys were saying too, so... She said, you feel sometimes speedrunning focuses too much on just the speed. It's how we get disc smudge and Famicom bake strats. I get what you're saying. I think it's the execution that's more impressive to me, but and that's why I don't think the weird glitches that are... Is it Symphony of the Night that has the wrong warp that takes you to the credits in the first 3 minutes? That's... Who cares? That's not interesting. Like, it's funny that it's a thing you can do, but that doesn't make for a good speedrun. And there are definitely some games that are like, you look at the speedrun and you're like, yeah, this sucks. Like, not all games make good speedruns. And not all glitches make for good speedruns either. That's why I'm glad most games have glitchless categories. On the other hand, I feel like there's a lot of speedrun categories, especially over the last, like, 5 years, that are getting, like, super try-hard. They're, like, dialing up the execution to 11, and it's like, dude, just play the game normally. But again, since they're actually doing it fast, I actually find that kind of impressive. Like, if someone... Like, let's put it this way. People do, like, Buster-only runs of Mega Man, for example. If you're speedrunning Buster-only, that's pretty impressive, because you're holding yourself to... I still have to do it within a certain amount of time. If you're just throwing yourself at it, Dark Souls style, and you're like, hey, I beat Mega Man 3 Buster-only, it took me 3 months, I don't think that's terribly impressive. That shows endurance more than anything. Which is like... Endurance is still impressive, but it's in a very different way. And I'm fairly certain, like, most gamers could do anything if they give themselves infinite time to do it in. So I don't find stuff like that to be terribly interesting. More focus on just being able to quickly, efficiently, and satisfyingly beat a game. See, that's what I think glitchless speedruns are, like, really good for. Because you're still experiencing the game, you might be sequence breaking or something, but you're not, like, turning it into a garbled mess and walking through walls to skip half of the game. Like, I would highly recommend that you look into, like, glitchless speedruns, because typically those are, like, you still gotta do most of the game. And then there's even some stuff that's, like... I think some of the Metal Gear games have, like, cutscene percent and stuff like that, where they... Like, a lot of... I mentioned the other night, the Zelda 2 runner I watch on Twitch does all keys. He has to pick up every key in every temple, because it forces him to see more of the game and he doesn't feel like he's skipping it. There are runs that, like, fill that niche that I think you would like. There's 100% runs, there's all bosses and stuff like that. Closest you came to speedrunning was Dragon Quest 1, beating the game in just a few hours. See, that's another thing, it's so easy to get into speedrunning, and I don't think a lot of people understand that. They think it's difficult, and it's like, really, all you have to do is, like, you know that game that's, like, your favorite game that you play, like, once a month? You're already speedrunning that. You just add more repetition to it, and start really getting it down, like, optimized. That's the only difference. Speedrun for Silent Hill 4. There's a speedrun for everything. And I'm not being sarcastic or exaggerating when I say that. People have found ways to speedrun Animal Crossing. There is a speedrun for everything. I'm yet to find a game that doesn't have a speedrun. At most, I've found a couple games, like Tails Adventure, that only, like, 3 people run. But you can speedrun, like, almost any game. I think the only game I've found that I was like, you can't speedrun this, is Genshin Impact. Because you can't reset your game. You'd basically have to make a new account for every run. Which just makes it really impractical. So games like that, MMOs in particular, where you can only have, like, one account, just don't work. Hi, kitty. But even MMOs where you can have multiple characters, like, if you could speedrun World of Warcraft, like a leveling speedrun, make a new character, and then get them to a certain level, that's like, you could still do that. And I guess there are games like multiplayer-focused games, you can't really speedrun those. Like, unless they have an arcade mode of some kind. but you couldn't speedrun like Call of Duty Warzone or League of Legends. You can't. There's nothing to speedrun. I mean, I guess technically seeing like your fastest match time would still be a speedrun, but there's a lot of outside variables on that. Jesus, my hair looks fucking awful. What am I doing? Slightly better. I had my splits covering that, so... Will I eventually try with just the blue ring? I think my PB was only the blue ring. Because I think when I got to the opportunity of... When I got to the crossroads of do I want to get the red ring or not, I still had 2 potion uses. So, and I think I was low on bombs to boot, so I didn't go to get... You need like 3 bombs to get to the red ring. You have to have a high bomb count to be able to do that. So I think in my PB I actually skipped it. Eventually I'll get good enough where I can just do it with the blue ring, but I'm just not there yet. Looked up Dragon Quest 1 speedrun, and the fastest time for that was 35 minutes. Yeah, a lot. Oftentimes they're way faster than you'd expect them to be. It probably looks pretty good that I can do this game in under an hour, right? I'm pretty sure the world record's like 29 minutes or something like that. I still have a long way to go before it's anywhere close to that well optimized. I'm really jumping around on things that you guys are saying, but I'm trying to get to everything that I feel like is something worth commenting on. Let's, get overworld music, though. Change of music. And Scarlet, you said back when I was saying about, like, a lot of people just don't, like, talk about speedruns a whole lot, that you like discussing the game and just conversing with people. Yeah, I like a balance, for sure, but sometimes I feel like there are some games where, like, no one talks about the game, like, the entire night. And to a point, like, if people like to just, like, hang out and chill, that's not necessarily a bad thing either, but at the end of the day, I did make the channel to talk to other people about video games. So sometimes I get antsy, because I'm like, I have stuff to talk about, and it sucks when it feels like no one's taking part in that conversation, if that makes sense. It's a shitty feeling when you're, like, sitting here talking for, like, 30 minutes about the game you're playing, and then you look at chat and somebody's just like, I got cotton candy today. And it's like, they're just not paying attention at all. And it's like, dude, like, why am I even here then? You know what I mean? So there's a definite balance to be had. Whoa, chat, cool it. There we go. I was back on Guilty Gear. The guy I was watching on Twitch this morning raided someone that was playing Guilty Gear, and I just kind of left it on because I was in the middle of doing a practice run. I don't think he played as the new character, though. And it was interesting because I felt like the guy was super wholesome and like chill and nice, and then the moment he played against someone that had more than 60 ping, he lost his goddamn mind and got so toxic. And I was like, whoa, dude. Like, this is unreal. Like, it was like the coin just flipped. It was just all of a sudden he was super toxic. And I was like, oh my god, dude. And it wasn't even that bad. It wasn't, from what I could tell, it was like... It was just like a little bad. And he just like lost it. We're talking full tilt, like... People like this don't even deserve to be allowed to play this game, and I was like, dude, that's some elitism right there. And it's not like the guy had 4-digit ping or anything like that. It was just, it was slightly unoptimal. Oh, does Monster Hunter Stories have, like, crazy post-game, too? I did notice that you're still playing it, and I could have sworn I saw you do a finale stream, like, 2 weeks ago. And I was like, either the game kept, like, debating you, and it wasn't actually the finale, or there's just, like, a huge post-game. Like doing Symphony runs without big glitches. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of glitchless runs, because I like to experience the game. It bugs me that they're like, Sonic speedruns don't have glitchless categories. People run glitchless, but there's no leaderboard for it, because it's just not popular enough, and that frustrates me. I don't want to do the crazy shit where I'm clipping into walls and stuff and going out of bounds. Like, nah. It's not my style. I like glitchless because you guys could imitate everything I do, I think is what I like about it. Like, everything I just did in this Zelda run, you guys could do. You wouldn't have to learn anything crazy, any crazy tech. It's just, if you've played the game, you can probably do this with enough practice. Struggle of endurance can be compelling sometimes? Yes, sometimes. I think sometimes it goes way too out of hand, though. I think it's satisfying when you can see that the player is making improvements, like, slowly over time, getting a little bit further each time, and when they're not getting further, that's when it starts to get, like, nah. When they get tilted and they just start doing worse, then it's like, okay, it's not compelling anymore. Speedrun tournament you helped run for GG Speedruns actually based the style on boss fights. It was cool because everyone had a different route to get to each boss. Those are super cool. There was the Super Metroid race at this past GDQ, one of the runners did a completely different route, which was really interesting. I know Twain always likes it when we do Mega Man 4, because we do different routes in that game. Mega Man 1 and 4, we do different routes, which just makes the races a little bit more interesting. You don't really know who's where until later in the run. Can't help it. You can't help yourself when it comes to pointing out little things in the game, but it might get annoying since I'm talking about an Octorok instead of the run. You're still talking about the game, though, and that's a major plus in my eyes. It shows that you're paying attention. You're not just here to talk about your trip to the grocery store today or something, and then you leave. You know what I mean? Got cotton candy ice cream earlier. Dude, cotton candy ice cream fucking just... It bangs, it bops, it slaps, it does all of it. It's so good. I tried it first like a couple years ago, and I was like, yo, this is so good. Yeah, they're like adding more stuff to stories too, right? I don't think I knew that there was multiplayer, actually. But yeah, there's a lot of categories that will, basically any bigger game, as far as, like Zelda, like, any game that has any level of exploration, and therefore probably has sequence breaking. Zelda games, Metroid games, RPGs sometimes, they'll usually have categories that are, like, all bosses, or something like that. All dungeons. Because otherwise you can just skip some of them. Especially once tricks start getting more ridiculous. If you look at Ocarina of Time speedruns, for example, that game is crazy broken. They skip most of that game and just wrong warp around to pick up what they need. Which made it that any percent is over in like under 20 minutes. Because that game has just been that cracked apart. So there's a ton of different categories. There's like... There's all dungeons, there's all bosses, because technically you don't go into the dungeon. I think the only qualifier is that you get the item in the dungeon. There's 100%, there's... And I like seeing when they do that, and they offer different options for, like, how you can run the game. Like I said, it kind of sucks that Sonic games tend to just have beat the game with all emeralds. That's it. There's no glitchless or anything. And that sucks, because, like, usually when I watch a Sonic run, they're just, like, clipping through walls and shit. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to force a screen wrap that warps me to the end of the zone in 5 seconds. Like, that's just... I want to play the game, dude. That was why I always turned my nose up at speedrunning for the longest time, is I was like, I want to play the game. I don't want to skip the game. If I wanted to skip the game, I just wouldn't, I'd not play it. So that's why at first, like, years ago, the idea of speedrunning, I was like, that's so stupid. But then I actually watched them do it. I watched a GDQ and I was like, oh, no, I get it. I still think those runs that skip, like, 60% of the game are stupid. I still wish I regularly think about how, like, if this year had, like, one less major release, then I probably would have picked up Monster Hunter Stories. But I already have, like, so much else to do. And the rest of the year's looking pretty packed, so... Capcom stuff goes on sale a lot, so I might pick it up on sale at some point. I think I decided I'm gonna do the same thing for the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters. I'm just gonna wait. Because I'm not gonna play them right away anyway. I'll wait and they'll probably go on sale at some point. I can pick them up for super cheap. Get back here. Come here. Come over here. She's so bratty. She acts like she wants attention, and then I turn to try and pick her up, and she's just playing keep. Come over here. See, is this so bad? You have to play keep away like that. Is this so bad? Is this so bad? You're not really selling it for the camera tonight. You're just playing there. You're fatty. You know that? Tubby. See, no, I'm just healthy. See, no, I'm just healthy. You're a big girl. We had enough. We should take a break before we get into our next run. What do you think? I think that's an agree. Goofy. You're goofy. Yeah, I should probably take a break before we hop into our next run. Hopefully they just get better. I shouldn't have dropped my splits already. What went wrong in that run? I mean, I died in the first dungeon and it was kind of all downhill from there. I think I died in like dungeon 5 or something. Yeah, I died on Dig Dogger. I think those were the two, like, major... I died in Dungeon 9, too. Realistically, remember I was saying that there's, like, 3 points in the run where I'm most likely to lose the run? And that's where I died. All three deaths were those 3 moments. I was just lucky that the death at the beginning of the game could have been worse. Dying in the dungeon isn't as bad as dying before the dungeon or after the dungeon. Because whenever you die in the overworld, you are sent back to this location. So, I wish I had a map. What are you doing? What are you doing? Basically, overworld routing is very important, and if I die in the overworld at any point, that's like a major problem. And it's not really a concern anywhere except for the beginning of the game, because you just have such little health. After, like, once I get to the second dungeon, which is actually the first dungeon, try to keep up, it's pretty smooth sailing from then on, I think. I think level 5 is when it starts to get pretty nasty, because that's when the blue dark nuts show up. And I can't remember which dungeon it is when the Wizrobes start to show up. Is that dungeon 6, I think? I think it's dungeon 6 when the Wizrobe... I think that's the Wizrobe dungeon. But realistically, that has been going pretty well lately. I think because a lot of the Wizrobes you don't have to kill. Like, they're there, but they're not a major problem until you get to level 9. Which also sucks. Well, oh, she went. There you go. There you go. I feel like you're acting like you need something, but I know you don't, because you have food, you have water. I topped you off before we started the stream, because I knew that I wouldn't want to take a break to do anything like that. What's up? You did leave that bomb in your litter box that I smelled earlier. I guess I could try and do something about that. But if you just used it, I doubt that you need to use it again. Well, I'll check while we're up. Okay. Yeah, let me take a quick break. It's about that time of the night anyway, so this works out. We'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we will kick off another run and see where it takes us. So stay tuned. I'll be back in just a minute. let's get another run cooking. I think we're all set to go. Yeah, let's boogie. Let's see what happens. I was pressing down and to the right. This game's weird sometimes. I think part of it is sometimes if you, like, are walking, like, into a wall, it'll try to, like, correct you in a certain direction, depending on, like, where you're hitting it, I guess. I guess what happened there is I was, like, I walked into the wall and it made me slide into the door instead of away from it. I've had that happen before. It's kind of weird. Yeah. Almost got turned around for a second. You think I'd have this early part of the game, like, just down pat, right? Let's pray for good gory. That's not good gory RNG, but we're okay. This is fine. It's a little scary, but we're fine. Whatever, dude. Whatever. That's what I have to say about that. Oh, fuck you, dude. Dude. These, like, enemies in this game are so stingy about dropping health. It feels bad. I think that's a problem with a lot of retro games, is, like, I like the concept, even in modern games, that you can, like, if you need health, you can just stop and, like, farm some up. But oftentimes in retro games, they made the drop rates, like, real low. So the act of doing that is, like, feels borderline impossible. Whatever, dude. Dude, you're an asshole. Well, we should be fine here, but... What? Get... Excuse me? What? Okay, we got the extra bomb drop. We're good. Moving on. Not bad. Lost a little bit of time, but at least we didn't die. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Hey, demonic, how's it going? Love it. I think I was already full on bombs, or close to full, so it's not that amazing, I guess, but I still love it. I still love seeing bomb drops. Bomb drops will never be a bad thing. Oh no. I fat thumbed and pressed the wrong button. It's fine. We should be fine. Bombs aren't that tight at this part of the run. Pressing right. Go right. fucking... Come on. This was going smoothly. Don't drop it due to stupidity like that. I can't complain. Our first run was, like, not great, but it was also still under an hour, so... And that's, like, kinda my goal. My short-term goal is consistent sub-hour. My long-term goal is under 50 minutes. Which I think is just gonna be a matter of practice. And otherwise... Yeah, otherwise pretty well, I can't complain. It's one of those things that's like... Life isn't fantastic, but it's also not bad. And not bad in itself is pretty good, so... Especially over these last couple years. Okay. But this Lionel's gonna be an asshole, so, you know, things could still turn around. It could just become outright bad because this Lionel sucks. Okay, that's better. Fuck you. Just fuck you. It's weird because I think... I mean, this is probably by design, but... Oh! I didn't think that was gonna kill me. How much health did I have? I mean, that's fine. If I'm going to die before the second dungeon, this is probably where I want to die. So, that's fine. What was I gonna say? Lost my train of thought because the Lionel sniped me. Do I have to sneak? You know what? I'm gonna get that rupee after the dungeon. I just have to remember to do it. That sucks, guy. You'd be more careful with that stuff. Got lucky that it's still together. Some of these dungeons, I'm getting to a point where I don't have to look at the map, which is kind of nice. One step at a time. It's very amusing to me that we get the bow in the first dungeon. Just because we don't buy arrows until way later. Like, we just don't even use the bow until, like, the last 3 dungeons. Despite getting it this early. Nice. He didn't get a pot shot off that time. Yo, that glad. Although part of that might be because of the fact that I didn't stop and get this rupee, so that could balance out. which would maybe be a little unfortunate, but I thought it would make more sense to do it now, because then I don't have to do all the menuing. Like, I'm already equipping the candle right now. Whereas if I were to do it before the dungeon, I'd have to equip the candle just to do that, and then I'd have to re-equip the bombs to do the dungeon. So... and then re-equip the candle again when I leave. I thought it made sense. I may be bad at menu optimization, but you know, I can see some stuff. It's a little bit easier in this game compared to like Mega Man games, because I feel like you don't switch items as frequently in this game compared to Mega Man, where you're switching like multiple times a stage. There's so many weapon swaps that it's just... I find that harder to optimize, personally. I like the rooms where you can just grab the key and leave. We might kill them for the bomb drop. That might be a pretty good idea. We're a smidge on the low side. Excuse me. Took a break and now all of a sudden I'm yawning like crazy. That was supposed to help wake me up a little bit. Oh god. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. See, now he's just doing whatever the fuck he wants. Like, he's just not chasing me now. We might die here. Unless these guys play nice. Nope, they're not gonna play nice. I kind of baited it, to be fair. My movement wasn't the best it could have been there, but... some of the rooms I'm, like, not good at navigating between the enemies, just because I usually have enough health, and I'm just like, I'll just damage boost through them, which is stupid, but... we're definitely gonna want that bomb drop. Oh, now we're gonna have to re-kill these Dark Knights. This sucks. Dark Nuts. Sorry. This is terrible and I hate it. Okay, that's better. Well, hate this. Yep, this is awful. Oh my god. This run's probably dead. This sucks. It was going pretty smoothly, but we just lost, like, minutes here. That'll help a little bit. More health? No? Okay, fine. Fuck you. hate this. Well, that's nice, at least. I don't understand why sometimes the bombs will kill Darknuts in one hit, and other times they won't. What's the factor that I'm not understanding there? Seems relatively random at the moment. I don't think it is, I just think I just don't understand what that factor is. Wow. It's better than one of them heading the way down the stairs, I guess. Alright, later, losers. Yo! Love to see it. I was about to say if Manhandla does not play nicely, then this is where we reset. This is still awful, but in the interest of practicing the entire run, we're just gonna keep going. I'm still relatively new to this run. I have, like, less than a dozen completed playthroughs, so... Not playthroughs. Runs, specifically. So I think it's in my best interest to just practice, in general. Gotta love it when the Armos Knights just get fast. Well, that was an interesting spawn, and I wasn't sure how that was gonna pan out, but we're fine. I'm almost positive we go straight. We go straight. Okay. That's another thing, I still have to, like, just memorize the route better. I still have to check the map a little bit more frequently than I'm comfortable with. There's other little things about this game that I don't quite understand, like... Sometimes when you hit the enemy, it knocks them away, and sometimes it doesn't. Is that random? Is that depending on, like, how close I am, maybe? It's still a lot of factors that I just don't fully understand. God, I hate the dark rooms, to be totally honest. I know my way around them, but they're kind of anxiety-inducing, I guess. I wish Sword Beam did, like, area of effect damage and hit multiple enemies. That'd be nice. Hey, Gliok, how's it going? Just the two-head Gliok, not to be confused with the four-head Gliok. Oh, we lost time in there? I thought that one went smoothly. That's unfortunate. Yeah, they haven't really updated us on sales since then, but it's like, I still think it's kind of uncommon for companies to even keep us updated on sales, so... I'm still thinking that maybe this heart coming up is the one I want to skip. Because then I just don't have to switch back to bombs, right? But I'm probably gonna have to do that for the dungeon anyway. So it's probably just saving time in the long run. I guess I could also, like, skip picking up a boss heart or something, but I don't think that's gonna save a ton of time. Not in this game. I feel a little bad about the fact that I, like, haven't touched Monster Hunter in a while, but I also know that I'll go back eventually, so I'm not too worried about it. Just other games got my attention. That bomb drop would have been really nice to have. So, fuck. That's last heart slash potion of the run. Don't need any more hearts at this point. This is like the closest thing we get to a break in the run. It's like, what, a solid 20 seconds of just holding up? Okay, there's a bomb drop in this room. Which I guess we're gonna grab right now because they kind of got in my way. I don't know if I want to go crazy trying to use bombs on these guys. God, they take fucking 4 hits each. Fuck these guys. There's that. Dude, could we not? Could we not? Like, sometimes they're just fucking on you. God, they're so annoying. Now we have to kill more of them, yay. Hate this. Wow, that only hit one of them. Fine, fuck you. Well, that's nice. That's nice of you. Nice. Happy with that. A bomb drop would be spectacular. I'm not gonna get my hopes up on that, though. That's also spectacular? So that sucked, but they were very generous in terms of drops, so we'll be happy about that. I'm realizing this game is very similar to Mega Man runs, where each dungeon only takes like a handful of minutes, which is kind of nice. But on the other hand, it sucks because if you fall really far behind, you find yourself in a position where you're like starting a dungeon and you should have finished it already. Like, we're only about like halfway through this dungeon and the split's already over. Ooh, baby bomb drop. Love to see it. Wow, none of you were gonna drop anything, huh? Cool. Cool. Sucks. If you just can't stop that Pokemon Unite, I'd love to see it. Ah, fucking... I actually maxed out my energy gain on Unite this week. But I think the week's about to reset anyway, in like 30 minutes, so... By the time I'm done streaming, I'll have a fresh week of goodies to do. Which will be pretty cool. Dude, I don't like it. They're not gonna drop anything, though. Oh my god, I don't like this. Okay, we're fine. We lost more time there. Yeah, not this time. Right. Turn right. Let's take us to 2. Do that again, and I'll take us to 3. Final shopping trip. Deliberate shopping trip. We might have to stop and buy bombs at some point again, but... to buy a snack. We're gonna finally buy arrows. Actually have enough to buy bombs at the moment, but I don't need any, so... about that. I went to the wrong one. That's unfortunate. I am dumb. I think those are the mistakes that feel worse, even though I probably lost maybe like 5 seconds there, and that's not that big of a deal. But it's still like... it's just, it hurts because it was stupid, and I shouldn't have done it. Yeah, just all of you get in my way, it's fine. Jerks. Bubbles. Well. Getting some pretty generous drops this run. And some enemies are playing nice. Some are being annoying, but others are playing nice. I always forget about this room. But hey, one of the bubbles isn't in the middle this time, so that's nice. It's a nice change of pace. Wow, 2 of them are in the middle. That's awful. Thankfully, they've been pretty generous with bomb drops. I'm not sure how that happened. See, even stuff like that, like dropping the bomb right after they split, is like, you guys could do that. It's like a really simple optimization, and I like simple optimizations like that. I actually don't think I want that stopwatch. I think that's gonna make it hard. Because then, won't the Wallmasters stop spawning? and I won't be able to kill him and push the block. Wouldn't I just soft block myself if I did that? Maybe not. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but get the fuck out of my way. We made a little bit of time back. Like 20 seconds. Lost Woods. Ooh, the lag. West. South. Yeah, see, I have one too many hearts right now. I could definitely just skip one, but I don't... None of them are popping out as, like, this one saves a bunch of time. Realistically, I wonder if I'm getting to a point with this already where I should start looking at the more advanced routes. I really needed that, so that's exciting. Dude, come on. The worst part about the bubbles, too, is that they hit you, like, multiple times, usually. They can't just hit me once and then fuck off. They have to just get on me and just hump me for a while. It's just always annoying. Hey Caleb, how's it going? Really? That was a bubble hit? Fuck you? Okay, that helps. Dude. Fucking bubble, dude. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, the bubble didn't fuck with me there that time, though. That was nice. Nice and considerate. Except this one did. Beautiful. I'm getting better at remembering to do that. Yo, Glod. You love to see it. Hey, Volpe. How's it going? So now we're going over it. We're not supposed to be here. We're supposed to be at... We're supposed to be at 2, not at 3. How'd we wind up here? Alright, well now we're at 2, so what whatever. I don't fully understand the way the flute works. I'm gonna level with you. Okay. Forehead Gleeok. Don't understand the flute either. Yeah, I don't get it. I get it in concept, but there's clearly something up with, like, the programming of it that makes it act weird sometimes. Fuck. Overall, that was a pretty clean go through the door. Thank you. Oh, and you finished the second quest? How long did that take you? Dude. Get out. Ooh, baby. Oh my god. Fuck! Fucking hate Dark Nuts, dude. This is level 8. Level 9 is difficult, though. You're not wrong. Unless you meant in second quest. Which is probably also true. Yeah, well, I understand how the... every 10 enemies... without taking damage drops a bomb. Like, I get it. I understand how that works. It's just... honestly, counting to 10 is hard. Like, this is a situation where trying to count to 10 while doing all this other shit is difficult. Ow. I think you could actually hear that on the microphone. Yikes. That was a back crack and a half. Hey, we made some more time back. Get out of here. Fuck off. Okay, so it should take us to Dungeon 1. This time the flute actually did what it was supposed to do. I think, again, we're gonna go buy some safety bombs, because we're a little low. What, you lost all your progress at some point during your second quest playthrough? That sucks. It did that thing again where I was pressing down and to the right and it read it as an up. This game's just weird sometimes. Oh, I get you. Yeah, because whenever you beat the game, it just automatically makes the New Game Plus. Check up the save state, I guess. Oh, it stops tracking deaths eventually. I have not died enough to find that out. You died that much on second quest? Is it like... fucking bubble, dude. I don't think we wound up needing that last key, but I'm gonna grab it anyway. I've heard that second quest is, like, super abstract as far as, like, knowing where to go. Like, there's just no hinting towards anything, and it just gets kind of dumb. So I don't know. I guess what would the difference be between doing that and a randomizer? Man, not only is this dungeon hard, but it's long. Like, looking at the splits, we're in here for like 10 minutes. It's a long-ass stage. Oh, I hate this. Not as much as he does, though. We do need those, so we'll take that. We haven't used any potions. Scarlet? Pensive Scarlet? Paging Pensive Scarlet? We may do, I think we're doing Red Ringless on this one. It's not random, but compared to what I already know about the game, it's probably... Like, what's the difference? My point is like, it's already completely different than what I already know. And so would a randomizer would be completely different than what I already know, too. Oh, I hate it. I don't know if I need this key. We're gonna grab it anyway. Yeah, like, it's similar to a randomizer because, like, you don't rely on your memory, but you have to rely on your knowledge of the game. And to know where things could possibly be. Fuck. Yeah, we're gonna have to potion here. That was close. We almost died right there. God, it takes so long, dude. Wow, I actually managed to dodge that attack, too. That's pretty cool. Nice. Okay. Okay, so... if we die at this point, it's not really the end of the world? Because at least we wouldn't have to come all the way out here to get the arrow. So, that's something. Fuck you. None of that. Okay, fine. Fine. Love it. Good stuff. Okay, we need... It's okay. Started a bit on Zelda 2, and he got lost. Yep, that's Zelda 2. That is the Zelda 2 experience. Enjoy. Welcome and enjoy. I finished Zelda 2 last night. Myself. I always forget where to go here. Left. West. However you want to look at it. This is awful. I hate it. Yeah, so that part's kind of annoying. They keep telling you that you, like, that's almost misleading. They tell you that you need the lantern, and therefore, every area you go into that's too dark, you're just going to assume you're not supposed to be there yet, right? That's incorrect. One of the ways you're supposed to go, like, it's kind of misleading. See that? Okay, I just have to keep a close watch on my health here, because he's gonna hit significantly harder than I'm used to, because I didn't get the red ring. Oh, I didn't even need the second potion usage, dude. What? What's happening? Have I awakened? And Scarlet missed blue dress Zelda, so that's to be expected, I suppose. So that was a horrible run, but I pulled it together in the last dungeon. A little bit. Still another sub-hour. Technically better than the first run, even though it was horrible. I guess it wasn't that bad. We lost like 3 minutes on level 3. Other than that, it wasn't that horrible. How did I lose 3 minutes on level 3 of all goddamn places? I have no idea. That's not excusable. Inexcusable, unexcusable, I don't know. Who cares? You know what I mean, right? That's one of those things about the English language that I think is both stupid but amazing, that you can kind of just mix and match prefixes and suffixes, and most people will be like, still know what you're talking about. Do we just want to launch into another run? I might take a quick break. I might take a quick break. If we could at least get under 52 minutes, like at least get a PB tonight, that would be fantastic. I mean, like I said, my short-term goal is just keep each run under an hour. And we're on that so far. Let me, here's an idea. Let's bring this up. Intermediate route. Dungeon 2 first red candle route. Fairly safe 2 first route that is netted PVs for a few people. This route is highly recommended if you are not comfortable running the 3 first world record route. A few notes about the route: depending on your rupee count, you can purchase meat and arrows either after 3 or 4, allowing you to whistle to 3 and save a few screens of time. There's also the option to get a potion before 9 if you want extra safety. I want to see if any of these are simple enough that I could just try it, like, just on the fly, or am I gonna have to research this shit? Get the wooden sword, make your way to level 2. After leaving level 2, get the 30 secret under the armos, 30 secret on 1 screen north, heart container 1 screen west. That's all usual. Get the white sword from the cave over the waterfall, enter the screen exit, and re-enter in order to get a favorable spawn for the Lionel. So it doesn't go and pick up that 100. It doesn't buy the candle either? If you don't reset the screen and get the sword, you can skip the Stalfos key on the right as you enter 1. And the Stalfos in the water room with the key will spawn right in the middle of your path, saving you some seconds. Interesting. Interesting. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I follow. So you go into 1. You immediately head east. To your right, whatever. However, I guess that's a more intelligent way of putting it. Well, no, because if you would enter from the north, it would not be your right anymore. You head east. You get the key in that room, but if you don't get the key in that room, in the next room with a key, the Stalfos, like, deliberately will always spawn in the middle of the room, so you can get that key faster. And then you can just pick up an extra key in 9, easily enough. I might try that. Okay, so then go to level 1. Leave level 1, get the 30 secret north of start. These guides are very poorly written, by the way. As, like, the 30 secret north of start, I know what they're talking about, but if you were to look at the map and try and triangulate what the fuck they're talking about here, you probably would be like, huh? Then go to 3. Oh, I see. So they're skipping some stuff due to the fact that you don't have the can. So you go to level 3. At any time after 3 or 4, if you have 140 rupees, it's suggested that you buy the meat and the arrows to save some time later. Enter level 4. Ooh, this requires a screen wrap, though, and I don't necessarily want to do that. I mean, I guess it doesn't require it. I just have to walk there manually. Do they never get the blue ring on this? Because that's terrifying. I'm thinking that's the major difference between this route is I don't think they get the blue ring. Okay, we have level 5. After leaving level 5, use the recorder to warp to level 3. Or to 4 if you need to get the meat and the arrows. I think 3 would actually be a faster trip there, but whatever. Buy the meat and the arrows if you haven't already. Enter level 7. Oh, so you'd have to reroute in level 7 because that's where you get the red candle. After leaving level 7, go to the graveyard, get the magic sword. I feel like they're leaving a bunch of stuff out here. So maybe they do still get the blue ring. Like, I feel like they're, like... this site only, like, thoroughly explains the first route, and then the other routes, it just notes, like, the main differences, but it's sometimes... I'm reading whenever it excludes something, that means they just don't do it, whereas I don't think that's necessarily the case. Like I said, these guides are not terribly well written. Because realistically, with the way I'm reading this, when they say, like, you do level 7, and then you go to the graveyard and you get the magic sword, based on the stuff they skip up until this point, I'm like, how would you even have the hearts to get the magic sword? You skipped a bunch of hearts. I think. Maybe not. They still skip, since they don't have the candle, they skip a ton of rupees, which means they're probably not getting the blue ring, which is terrifying. I don't like that idea. Not yet. Yeah, like, every now and then you'll find guides that have problems like that, but, like, the speedrun stuff in particular is, like, sometimes, like, they're just written by people that aren't good at writing this stuff. So a lot of it just doesn't make sense. Like, it took a lot of triangular... I had to look up a map of Hyrule with everything marked on it. It had, like, every single cave marked with, like, what you could find in that cave. And I had to use that to triangulate what they were talking about. Because the guide would often be, like, get the rupee to the north, and it would actually be, like, to the northeast. And I was like, you don't know directions, do you? Oh, jeez. The world record route never gets the white sword. They just go straight to the magical sword, and that's not until, like, the end. It's at the same point in the game, so it's at, like, after the 5th dungeon. So you just don't have the white sword. Like, that also sounds awful. This is kind of why I was thinking about, if I'm going to graduate to a different route, then maybe I will graduate to 100% instead of the more difficult routes. Because the more difficult routes are just gonna be like, just be good enough that you don't need any of the upgrades, which is kind of like, meh. That just sounds frustrating. Like, at that point it's like, just don't pick up hearts because you're not gonna pick up the sword because it's slow. But you have to be good enough to make up for the fact that you don't have the sword, which does fucking triple damage. Triple? Quadruple, I guess, technically? Because it doubles twice? Whatever, you know what I mean. And realistically, with 100%, we're already getting most of the hearts. I think the only thing I would have to do is I'd have to route in a couple other item pickups. Because there's some stuff we just don't get. So I'd have to take the time to kill the Goria to get the boomerang, for example, which we don't currently do. %, rules. Need the bow, both bomb upgrades, the magic boomerang, the raft, the ladder, the recorder, the wand, the red candle, the Bible / magic book, the magic key, aka the NE key. the red ring, the silver arrows, the power bracelet, the letter, all heart containers, all Triforce pieces. Some of those are interesting because they point out specifically that you need the red ring, but not that you need the blue ring. So they probably skip the blue ring, right? Because the red ring just overwrites it. Same with, like, arrows. I wonder if you could just go to Dungeon 9 and just get silver arrows and skip ever buying the other ones. It probably wouldn't save time. You can probably skip the first boomerang. But then I question, does that count as 100%? Because you're skipping stuff, right? That doesn't... You can't 100% something if you're skipping something. That doesn't make sense. Anyway. I'm going off the rails a little bit. I'm just being curious at the moment. Hey Brian, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anybody stream this Zelda, to be honest. I've only seen them stream other Zeldas. I'm sure someone has done it at some point, it's just... I never happened to catch it. White Sword's kind of out of the way, yeah. With this current route, it's not really that far out of the way. It's not that much of a problem to go get it, but depending on your routing, it could probably become a problem, for sure. I don't know, you could get it after or before Dungeon 5. It's right next to Dungeon 5. That's not that out of the way. And you have to go do Dungeon 5 at some point. It's not like you can completely skip that. But that's still, like, that's halfway through the game. And I think the terrifying part about that is any dungeon where there are a bunch of Dark Nuts. You'd have to do that with the wooden sword, which just sounds terrible. Or get really good with destroying them with bombs, which also sounds pretty terrible. Check for Zelda streams every day for the last 2 weeks, and you've only seen 3 or 4. I'm not too terribly surprised by that. YouTube is unfortunately very... There's, like, an approved game list, more or less, and I feel like there aren't many variety streamers. Almost enough for Magical Sword? Yeah, at Dungeon 5... I don't know how many hearts you would have, but after that you warp over to 3, and then you do Dungeon 7, and then you go get the Magical Sword after that. So there's, like, one more dungeon after that. If you get it before Dungeon 5, you'd still have it for two dungeons, which isn't terrible. But you'd still have to deal with doing, like, Dungeon 3 with the wooden sword. Dungeon 3 and 4. Which would probably suck. I think 3 is the one where all those big groups of Dark Nuts start to become a problem, right? That's why, it's a similar thing to why I wasn't interested in running any % Mega Man X. I was just like, nah, just go 100%. Because any % is basically you skip as many upgrades as you can and it becomes try-hard mode where you die in like 3 hits. And it's like, that just doesn't sound fun to me. That sounds more frustrating and tedious. And I don't think that many people would care. Like, even if I did it, I don't think that many people would be like... That wouldn't cause me to blow up as a streamer or anything, if anyone was like, holy shit, you did Mega Man X with only, like, 2 upgrades? Like, people wouldn't care, so I wouldn't even get anything out of that. Wouldn't have fun doing it, and it wouldn't do anything good for the channel, I don't think, so... Let's just jump into another run. I'm feeling pretty fired up and good. Yeah, we'll just jump in. We'll just see what happens. I was gonna take a break, but then, like, I just spent, like, 20 minutes doing other stuff instead of taking a break, so let's just go. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any resources for 100%, so I'd probably have to watch a run and figure out, like, okay, what do they do? It's probably similar to this run, just with a couple other things routed in here and there. I mentioned earlier, last week we had a run where all the Gorya spawned like right here, and just completely destroyed me. And I had that happen in a practice run this morning. So I'm gonna have to come up with a safety for that, in case it ever happens again. That's something that sucks about some speedruns, is it to be able to compete and actually go for like a top time, you're gonna have to start doing bullshit like that, where you're just like, I only have 3 hearts for the run. Just don't get hit. That's just personally not fun to me, is the problem. I should have went and grabbed that rupee. I didn't want to. Asshole. Still got the bomb drop though, so not bad. Full health, so we got a quick exit. That's always fun. That wasn't a Glod? I thought for sure that was gonna be a Glod. I'm disappointed. Yo, bomb drop? You love to see it. It wasn't even manipulated, so it's fantastic. Dude. Man, the screen just went fucking horribly again. Always the hearts. PG10, how's it going? Welcome back, it's been a while. I still want to know if these are all... Is there a whole secret society of, like, civilized moblins? And we're taking their money? Or is it just one moblin with a bunch of different houses? This is important information. P.S. We're probably gonna die and have to reset. This isn't looking very promising. I'm taking a lot of dumb damage. Yep. There it is. And that's terrible, because we still have to get the letter, the candle, and the white sword. And we'd have to walk back up here from the starting point. So that's just like, yeah, that's just done. That's just run over. If you die after the white sword, you're fine. You can make that work. Apparently invalidates the run for reasons I don't fully understand, but... It's a different meaning in Japanese. How so? I know in A Link Between Worlds, there's like one moblin. Is it even a moblin? It might be a Hinox or something in that game, but I don't remember. But he's basically just like, yeah, don't tell anybody I live here. Yeah, I think that's what it's implying. I think that's... Perhaps a lot of people misread it as being like the fact that he's giving you money is the secret, but no, he's giving you money to be quiet about the secret. The secret being that you found his home. Oh, this is terrible. Maybe not that terrible. Still took a hit, but... Yeah. Are moblins early Gorons? No, because they coexist in a lot of games. Like, moblins are still in Skyward Sword, for example. Still wasn't a lot, dude. That actually wasn't as good as the last run, but that's okay. Jerk. Jerk. Oh, this is a terrible start. That was dumb. I don't know what I was attempting to do there. I hate this screen. That worked out pretty well, though. Some of them can talk, depends on the game. Yeah, that's what I'm, like, reading into the ones here, is they're, like, it's a small society of civilized moblins that are just trying to avoid the war and live in peace. That's why they're like, here, take my money and don't tell anybody that you found me. Or it's just one moblin, and we're just fucking harassing the shit out of him. Which is slightly funnier. Well, that's nice. You'll love to see that. Oh, hate this. I should have just went instead of trying to kill him. Yeah, because, like, Dungeon 5's right just due north. And the White Sword's here. With the Lionel that's an asshole. I think it's funny that in A Link Between Worlds, they try to say that, like, some Zoras are just renegades. Basically. They're like, yeah, some of them are just kind of assholes. And those are the ones that are just spitting at you. Just, sorry about that. I think it's A Link Between Worlds that says that. Okay, we're gonna try something. We're gonna try something here. We're gonna see how well this works. We're gonna not get that key in the room to the right. Apparently, if you don't get that key, and you just keep moving forward here. The one in the next room will always spawn in the middle? He did not spawn in the middle. I mean, he spawned closer to the middle. Love the bomb drops. And then we'll just pick up another key somewhere else. Probably in Dungeon 9. Because there's a couple of spare keys there. The only issue is, are we going to have enough keys before then? Or are we gonna run out? Fucker. Well played. Well played. What a fucking snipe, dude. He was waiting for me. I can't even be mad. That's how that room should have went. It's fine, though. we made that one key change, which might cause a problem later anyway, so I'm not, like, taking this run super seriously. As long as we're still under an hour, I'm happy. I forgot to do the thing with the candle here this run. But that's fine, I guess. That was stupid. Jerk. Okay. You're also a jerk, but I don't think that needs to be said as much as the others. Actually a little behind on rupees, I think. Only a little, though. We'll be fine, but... What I'd actually like to see is, like... $210 rupees by the end of this. I'm gonna try something. It was something I was already thinking about, and when I was just reading that other route, they brought up what I had been thinking about, so... I want to try something. Yo. What? You love to see it? Because usually... I over-route for rupees at this point. The route I was using was saying there's one of the rupee pickups is optional, and we could just skip it if we wanted to. I've been picking it up anyway, and the reason they say it's optional is because of potions. If you want to buy a potion, then you'll have the money to do it. Alright, we don't need the bombs. I've been picking it up anyway in case I need to buy bombs. But I haven't needed to. And I'm thinking that instead... Ooh, that's not okay. Okay, that's fine. We didn't get enough rupees, though, so it's not gonna work. I was thinking if we got enough rupees, we could just go buy the meat early. Which might save some time later. But we do not have the rupees for that, so we're gonna... Wait, will we? If we spend 60 rupees now, that'll put us at 148? Is that right? Yeah, then we won't have enough to get the ring, so... I've definitely been in this situation before where I've had enough to do it early, though. And I should start trying to do that, maybe. When the opportunity presents itself. I didn't have to look at the map during Dungeon 3. Hey, we're getting somewhere. Fucker. Let's see if I can also do it for Dungeon 4. Usually, the only parts I have trouble with are, like, the very first screen. Usually on the first screen, since they all look the same, they're just, like, different colors. I'm often like, okay, am I supposed to go up, or left, or right? Pretty sure this is a straight up. Jerks. Yeah, then we go this way. I don't have to kill those. Yeah, they did a Majora's Mask run at GDQ where they used a rupee glitch like that made it, like, underflow. And it just, like, looped back around. Dude. Can we not? Die! What the fuck? How many hits do you need to take? How many times did I hit that one like? Like 17? Like, what the hell? Would be nice if I could get enough money to buy the arrows early. That'd be useful in some of those rooms with the bubbles. Ooh, yikes, that was scary. That was not a good time. Lost some time on that dungeon. Something I definitely like about this run, though, is it's not terribly long. Definitely realizing that, like, if a run is, like, over 2 hours, I'm kind of like, I don't know about that. Maybe 2.5. Because Link's Awakening was pretty comfy as a run. And that's like 2 hours and 15 minutes with where I have it. definitely over 3 hours is like, no, it's not happening. You love the generous bomb drops. I don't know if I even needed them, but now if I do need them, I got them. It means I don't have to stop and buy any. Which I'm pretty sure Dungeon 5 is, like, that's like the Dark Nut dungeon, right? So having some spare bombs could be nice. Well, I couldn't have held them anyway, so it's fine. Nice. Came to me. Ooh, I have regrets. And like I said, I like the glitchless runs because, like, any of you could, like, watch this run enough times and you could duplicate this. Because I don't do anything fancy. It's just knowing, like, order of events. Like, which way it should go first. When it's the most, like, optimal to grab certain things. The hardest thing is, like, managing your bomb count, to be honest. I think, anyway. That was the hardest thing for me. Let me rephrase that. Oh, I hate this. Yeah, this is when things get nasty, because these guys take a lot of hits, and as you can see, they can cause some problems. You're a fucker. You're a fucker, and the rest of your family are probably fuckers, too. If they respawn, I'm gonna scream. Okay, good. That would have sucked real bad. Oh, baby. Okay, that's another room I can get away with, not using my potion. Like, sadly, I'll probably never try to learn a 3D Zelda speedrun, because they're just too long. They're either too long, or they require, like, some ridiculous glitches to get them down to a reasonable amount of time. That was a really nice bomb. Although I still feel like bombs on the blue ones are, like, not great. They don't deal enough damage to actually be that awesome. It's terrible. Okay. These rooms take so long, but it's like, you do not want to go balls to the wall in this room and, like, just take a ton of damage. I'm already taking way more damage than I should. I don't know why they're called Dark Nuts. I have no idea. I've assumed it's a localization error and that they're supposed to be called Dark Knights, but I don't know that for sure. That's just an assumption. Fucker. I don't think there are any more Dark Nuts in this dungeon, are there? So I think we're in good shape now. Hopefully. Do not have to kill these enemies, but it's like 3 rupees. So why not? It's the way I look at it. I should have just went. Yeah, now they're all converging on me. Oh, this is a Dark Knight room, actually. But they're all beautiful RNG. I love it. Not even close to being in my way. That is just like textbook loving to see it. Wow, we lost a bunch of time there, just because of the Dark Knight rooms, probably. Yikes, that sucks. So Japanese name isn't anything close to Dark Knight. Yeah, it's probably... Or Dark Knight, for that matter. Almost hit me. That would have really sucked. Alright. Final shopping trip. Some arrows and a snack. That's fine. I mean, kinda. It has, like... Straight, yeah. It has, like, the same vowels, but that's about it. It's not that similar. Not super often, Brian. It is my speedrun focus at the moment, but I haven't done, like, a casual Zelda playthrough in, like, a really long time or anything. But at the moment, we've been doing the speedruns once a week, at least. I don't know if I'm gonna do more of this next week. I might try and de-rust Awakening next week instead. Which is, you know, still Zelda, it's just a different Zelda. I should actually research it and see if there's been any changes to the route before I de-rust. Dude, I fucking hate that bubble. That thing spawning in the middle is, like, the worst thing. At least it doesn't do damage, but you lose a lot of time. Dude, whatever. I have been thinking about doing some casual Zelda playthroughs, like, soonish, but I don't want to, like, promise those, because I'm not totally sure at the moment. I have a lot on my plate of stuff that I feel like I should do, and stuff that I want to do, and... We have bombs out. Yeah, I haven't played Second Quest. I don't know if I have much of an interest, but if I do it, it probably won't be on stream. It'll probably be in my own time. Damn, I don't really know where I lost all this time. Just bad movement here, bad movement there, I guess. Imagine how shitty it would be if the Lost Woods was random. Like, God, that would suck. It'd basically, like, force you into speedrun. If you were speedrunning this, you'd basically have to, learn to screen scroll to get through there quickly. Because finding out the proper code for the Lost Woods would probably just... going that far out of your way to find that information would probably just take way too long. I do think it's, like, just south of the Lost Woods, isn't it? Like, maybe it's not that far out of the way. I think that's an extra key, too. Like, you have to clear that room to get out. But I don't think that key is, like, in the route. I'm low on bombs. I'm gonna have to do something about that at some point. Or hope I get a drop. I only just noticed that I'm kind of short. I don't think it's gonna matter for the rest of this dungeon, but... Oh. Never mind, we're good. I'm getting good at that quick draw. Yo, the glods are just leaving me dry, hanging out to dry today. Hey Logan, how's it going? Ugh. Not much so far. We haven't had an absolute slapper of a run yet or anything like that. They haven't been bad either. They've had their ups and downs. They have all been under an hour so far, which I can't complain about. Fuck out of my way, jerk. Wow, that was shitty. Okay. Everything about that sucked, but it could have been worse. What a cancerous Mario Maker of a room. I think maybe one of, like, the biggest faults with this game, aside from the fact that, like, enemies can be completely random and that's really frustrating, is the fact that a lot of, like, the higher difficulty rooms are just like, haha, bullet hell. And it's like, it's not necessarily fun. It just dumps way more shit on you than it has any business doing. And then says, haha, sucks, doesn't it? I'm gonna have to potion here again. I'm almost certain I will not be able to beat Forehead Gleehawk with, that amount of health. he would have killed me. Yo, that Glod. I'd love to see it. Yeah, you don't want to have to do it, but it's better than dying. So, you know. Fucker. Yeah, if I were good, I would just not get hit. Ever. Oh, I need to go get bombs. Or they could drop some. That works. The pineapple crust they found a weird candy shop. It tastes bad. Yeah, I wasn't a fan. I remember thinking it could be good, but it was not. Oh, I need that key. I think that's the key I need. Let me go back. Hopefully these things don't respawn. It's surprising, like, I was watching someone speedrun the other night, and they were talking about this, like, one little strategy change, and how, like, it's gonna be so hard for them to, like, rewrite their muscle memory, and I was like, it's not that hard. No, it's pretty fucking hard. There's been a couple things tonight where I've been like, oh, I should do this differently, and then I just mess it up over and over and over again, because I forget to do it, and my muscle memory takes over and just does it the other way. Alright. We're gonna have to go get the red ring this run. I don't trust myself to do the rest of this with, this amount of health in one potion, so we're gonna have to go get the red ring. How did I not get hit there? That was a miracle. I weaved in and weaved out and just didn't get hit. Fucking bubbles, dude. Just stop. Just stop. Yeah, because we're probably gonna have to use the potion here, to be honest. Also, yay, spare bomb drop. You love to see it. I don't know if I've tried a strawberry soda. I don't know if I tried watermelon before the Mountain Dew one either. Dude. Everything needs to get out of my way. hate some of these rooms. Using the recorder after being hit by the bubbles restores sword use. I did not know that, but it's probably too slow to be useful. Because it takes a while for the... Not only would I have to pause and go menu to the recorder, but I'd have to, then play it. But it might be useful in some especially annoying circumstances. For the most part, in a lot of rooms, I just get the bow and just use the bow in that room. But Wizrobes can't be hit by the bow because of fucking course they can't. Because of course they can't. Go up here. I always forget, because that's unfortunate. Okay, we still got it. There's two situations where you wind up in very similar looking rooms, and in one situation you have to move up, and in the other one you have to move west, I think. Oh, love to see that. Dude. Yeah, like here, using that to get sword use back might be pretty good, because this room sucks. And you can't use the bow on those enemies. I wonder if you can once you have the silver arrows. I've never tried that. Maybe silver arrows actually work on Wizrobes. Alright, we're gonna try and get as far as we can before we use this potion. Okay. We'll go up. Okay, I'll take that. Give me good RNG. Oh, you asshole! Hate to see it. I decided to try to make a break for it. It did not pay off. Yeah, when I was watching the randomizer, they were just using the magic rod for everything, and I was like, dude, I wish I had that in the normal run. What really helped was when I realized that a lot of these rooms you don't even have to kill the Wizrobes. They're just... You can just ignore them. Of course you do have to kill them here, but there's a couple rooms where you can just ignore them. Just try to dodge them, not get hit, and, or at least not get hit a lot. And just make it to the other side of the room, like here. Also, we got that, so that's fantastic. No, they just can't bother me. You love to see that. So I still wound up with the spare keys, so that change is cool. Yo, that was a clean fight. I don't know if there's a pattern to that, by the way. I'm still not sure. I think it's fairly random. You just have to kind of guess where he is based on where his shots are coming from. Oh, that's a nice PB. It's a nice PB. And I still don't remember where I lost all that time in, or remember. I don't know how I lost all that time in level 5. We're in 4. We lost some time there, too. I'll take it easy, Brian. It is 1 a.m. here, too. I think it's time for a break. We can probably still get 2 more runs in tonight, but break first. 5111. Let's register that first as well. Yeah, character limits was definitely a thing back on NES. And Super NES, really. Alright. I should have taken a break for that last run, but decided not to, so... Now I need to take a break, though. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll probably still do 2 runs tonight. 2 more. Probably. So yeah, stay tuned. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll kick another run off. jump straight back in. Let's get a different set of music going, though. Was there only one death in that run? That's pretty good. Pretty happy with that. I wanna get my drink cracked and all that stuff. Why are you upset that your friend fixed it? Why is that a bad thing? Works now, right? Or is it because they're gonna... Are they the type that they're gonna hold it over you for forever? Well, at least... I think we'll get 2 more runs in. There's a small part of me that's like, well, if it takes a while to get another run going, then we might only be able to do 1, but we should have enough time for 2. I'm like... crashing a little bit. Since I woke up a little bit earlier, I'm kind of like... I was feeling pretty good at first, but now I'm starting to get kind of tired again, and I'm like pretty hungry too, so I definitely don't think I'll be able to like go late tonight or anything like that, but we'll see what we can get done. Dude. Yeah, we want that. We don't want to be low on health at this point in the game. I gotta order that stuff to fix the wall. It's distracting. Trying to wait to see if YouTube was gonna pay me for July. I don't think they're gonna. They seem to be behind this month. We're gonna start trying to hammer in some of this stuff that I want to change. Generous. Too afraid to spend money because after visiting pretty much every store, all I got was a sweater and some candy. Well, I mean, you don't have to spend money when you go to the... That's... My mom has that happen, where whenever someone asks her to, like, hey, do you want to go to the mall? She's like, no. And they're like, why not? She's like, because I don't want to spend money. Because she feels like she has to, just because she's at the mall. Okay, that was unfortunate. But then, yeah, if you're with people, they tend to look at you weird, like, why'd you come if you weren't gonna spend money? Then why'd you ask me to come? Part of you wanted to fix it yourself, but were you going to? Let's be real. How long had it been sitting there waiting for you to fix it? Hey Scarlet, welcome back. You missed 2 great runs, including a run with blue dress Zelda. I hope you're happy. And then, yeah, like it's like a 50-second PB or something like that. Was the second run? Yeah, I actually made it to level 9 with both charges of potions, so I didn't have to get the red ring. Also, Volpe finished second quest, and he started playing Zelda 2. And I did not mention earlier that I finished Zelda 2 last night. Last night? The night before? I don't remember. While over the weekend, I did it. Honestly, and I'm a little upset that none of you corrected me on this. I was talking about in Zelda 2 how the final dungeon was like really intimidating to me because how large it was, and the fact that if you game over, you go all the way back to the start and you have to walk all the way back to the temple. You actually don't. For whatever reason, the final dungeon and the final dungeon alone, when you get there, it resets your game over continue point to the beginning of that temple. So whenever you game over, you just start at the beginning of the temple again. And I was like, oh, that helps. That makes it a little bit less intimidating. I think the one time I did game over, I thought, like, I was so sure I'd have to, like, start over that I didn't even, like, try hitting continue. Oh yeah, as soon as I noticed that we weren't going to be getting the red ring, I was like, Scarlet? Paging pensive Scarlet? It's been sitting there since January. Yeah, you weren't gonna fix it. You weren't gonna... To be fair, I do that sort of shit too. That sucks. So yeah, once I realized that it resets your like game over continue point to the last dungeon, I was like, I'm just gonna power through it. I'm just gonna get this done. It still took, like, a couple of hours, especially since I forgot to get the... I'm gonna get it after the dungeon, never mind. Especially since I was, like, mapping out the dungeon and everything, so it still took a while. And then I did a Zelda 1 practice run, and... What else did I do with my weekend? I played a lot of Unite. Honestly. Didn't do much else with my weekend. But I finished the game. And I choose to be proud of that. I think I did 2 more dungeons in A Link to the Past, too. It's just most of what I did over the weekend was gaming, and I, like, could have been drawing or something, but... I love it when the last enemy in the room drops a stopwatch. It's funny. It's funny, haha. Your friend should probably be working in, like, Blu-ray repair if she was that quickly able to figure out what was wrong. Cool. Good work, Link. Yes, I'm gonna choose to blame Link for my woes. I was hoping to get some health, but okay. Fine. Oh, that feels bad. I should have just kept in there. He gave me the worst possible RNG. I should have played more carefully since I was low on health. Wow, he respawned too? What a fucker. What a fucker. He was dead. For like a frame, he was dead. I saw it. Well, that's a shitty start, but we're gonna continue with the no reset runnage, unless we get to a point where it's like, well, now we're just gonna lose 5 minutes because we have to farm up fucking rupees or something. Well, it was that or get hit by the Zora, I guess. Oh, is that the trigger for them actually counting as dead? That sucks. Bum 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 bum. Hey, we have enough rupees. We can do the thing this time. Fuck me. Get. Okay, there we go. And I think we're gonna do it on the way. Instead of coming back and doing it later, we're just gonna do it now. See, now I'm starting to, like this speedrun more, because there's some variability based on, like, rupee drops and stuff and such. I have enough rupee drops now that I can go get the meat early, and then I won't have to get it later. Will it actually save me time in the long run? I have no fucking idea, but we're gonna do it. That still gives us enough that once we get the 100 rupee after Dungeon 3, we'll still be able to afford the blue ring. So, woo! Do we need the meat right now? No. Ideally, having, like, 80 spare rupees so I could get the arrow would probably be, would probably be even better. But otherwise, you'd lose the container. I just assumed the container would just be sitting there. Like in all other Zelda games. Wasn't worth it. Haha. Funny haha stopwatch. Might want to kill them to get the bomb drop then. Logan, have you been uniting at all, or are you just working? Jerk. Oh, another bomb drop. You'd love to see it. You'd love to see it. Or at least I love to see it. Maybe you don't love to see it, but I love to see it. Gross. Marinating in your room most of the time. That's, that either sucks or sounds super chill, depending on the context. We did lose a lot of time because we went to go buy that. So hopefully that'll balance out later. Our health is not looking good. We do not need the bombs, so we're just gonna leave them alone. Realistically, I think, was that yesterday, or was it... Maybe it was Friday after the stream, where I just sat here and didn't do anything. Yo, excuse me? Oh my god. Wow, that was probably the worst Manhandla fight I've ever had. That was terrible. If we die again, that's probably a reset. I should probably reset already, to be honest, but I'm really trying to commit to just no reset runs. But even a no reset run can hit the point of, okay, it's time to reset. Fuck you. Yeah, I just, like, that's basically what I've been doing lately. Like, after a stream, I just collapse in my chair and I just... Fuck. I collapse in my chair and either watch whatever stream I can find to watch, or YouTube content, or... Which is frustrating because there's so much else I could be doing with my time. That's why I'm proud that I finished Zelda 2, because it's like, hey, I did something. I finished something. That feels good. I'm very fortunate that no matter what I've been dealing with, I've never had it really affect my sleep. My sleep only gets affected when there's like a reason that I have to be up for, like, if I'm expecting a delivery or something, and then I'm like, this is terrible and I hate it. Oh no. Here we go. Alright. I think the really frustrating thing for me is, and I think Volpe, we talked about this like a couple nights ago, like earlier this week, about how I've really wanted to be drawing lately, but I just don't have the energy. I can't bring myself to do it, which is like really frustrating. We need this key, don't we? So that's like extra frustrating, because I have the drive, I want to do it, it's just time and energy is an issue. Which is perhaps worse than not having the drive. I'm not sure which is worse. I guess having the time and not having the drive is worse. Realistically. Those are deals left and right. Yeah, because, like, the movie companies had to find a way to make money with theaters not operating. Well, I guess that works. We're not getting the extra bomb drop, but, I guess that works. That could be a problem, realistically. I think we only need 2 at the moment, but we need to get another one before we go into Dungeon 1. So... this is where manipulating a bomb drop is probably a good idea, except that sucks and I don't want to do it. Which I kind of feel bad too, Logan. I feel like, and maybe this isn't necessarily true, we'll probably never know, but I feel like maybe your interest would have been higher if I was still playing it, and if you had someone to watch that was playing it. I do want to try and get back into it, it's just I gotta wipe a couple other things off my list first. Alright. This could also be a reset, I'm not gonna lie to you. If we don't get a bomb drop, I'm probably gonna have, like, anywhere before Dungeon 1, we're probably gonna have to reset. And it's not looking good. Well, I don't even necessarily mean, like, playing it as, like, multiplayer, but even if I was still doing, like, the speedrun things. Just more exposure to the game might make you see stuff that you're like, well, that looks cool. That makes me want to play it. I know that sometimes works for me, like... that was a big thing, like, the week of GDQ, is just seeing a bunch of people play different games. Like... there were probably, like, 24 games that I came out of that week saying, I want to play those. We might have to go buy bombs, which I didn't... well, we might be able to buy them here. Come to think of it. No, we can't buy them here. That's unfortunate. That'll set us back a bit, and we probably won't be able to do the early meat thing, but... that's, like, the worst possible outcome, which isn't too bad. Well, not even, like... stuff that's being streamed that I need to wipe off the list, but, like, just stuff I'm doing on my off time that I need to wipe off, like beating Zelda 2 and stuff like that. I should probably focus on finishing A Link to the Past now, just to get another thing off the list. Also, good Lionel spawn? Fuck. Okay, we're gonna have to go buy bombs. I just passed by the bracelet. It's not particularly important for the run anyway, so... Speaking of which... oh, nasty. Okay. We're gonna have to come over here. God, you couldn't drop bombs for me, could you? This is what a lot of my early runs looked like. Is I would, I'd get out of the first dungeon and I wouldn't be able to secure that bomb drop from the boss, and then I'd just be, like, fumbling around because I didn't have any bombs. It sucks, and I hate it. Because, like, as you can see, the nearest shop is, like, not necessarily close by. You know, it feels bad. That also feels bad. That's not what I was about to say, but it also feels bad. I was about to say it feels bad when you throw your sword out right before something attacks you and then you're not able to block it. It also feels bad when you get a bomb drop immediately after buying one, but at least we're full on bombs now, I guess. Yeah, the boulders home in, because of course they do. I'm not feeling my health, but this is just an Aquaman. I mean, it went wrong last time, so you never know, I guess. This was the whole reason we needed bombs, was just for this particular room. Now see, I skipped the key that time and it still spawned all the way over there. I don't think that trick actually works. I mean, you can still avoid going into that room, which probably saves time, so... Maybe it only works if you don't have any keys or something like that. I don't know. Not feeling good about health right now. Boom, boom, boom. Fucker. Aquamentus is probably gonna kill me. Yep. God. What happened? Those first, like, 3 runs were pretty good, and now I can't get a run going. What happened? I turned bad. Part of it is that the game's being very stingy about drops. Oh yeah, now you're not going to attack me. Okay. Fucking asshole. God, this is off to a bad start. Well, that was dumb. I don't think I know what you're talking about, Volpe. I hate to say. gotta get our rupees back, so... I swear to you, I pressed down. Don't be sorry, I'm just saying I don't have anything to comment on, because I don't know what you're talking about. As in, I don't know which song you're talking about, because... I can't be like, oh yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. I have no idea. Extra bombs. We are still on track with rupees. Fortunately, I had like a pretty big buffer there, so... I have to be at 150 by the time I get out of this dungeon. Which isn't that bad. That's workable. In fact, at the moment, I don't even need to pick up anymore. It's completely useless. To recap, the whole reason for weird rupee routing is that, you can only carry 255 at a time, and after this, I'm gonna pick up a big hundo rupe, so I don't necessarily need more than 150, since that's gonna max me out anyway. I also only need 250 for the ring. That extra 5 doesn't really do anything. Could you guys not? Would someone know to bomb that wall or push that rock? Fucking around. More or less. Sometimes there are hints, but like, yeah, oftentimes you just gotta kinda know. Especially with the bombable walls. The thing with the bombable walls is they're mostly shortcuts. So like, there's another way around. It's not like you'd find yourself completely lost and unable to complete the dungeon if you can't find that one wall. That's just like, if you know it's there, it saves you time. In later Zelda games, they added more hints. Like, there's... some games have a visual indicator. What game is it that does the shit where, like, your sword makes a different sound? Oh, I got kind of lucky there. You have to go around, like, stabbing the walls, and they sound different. I think it's Awakening that does that. But this one was kind of designed with the idea of... force them to just fuck with stuff. Like, you get the candle, and then you just kind of start going around burning random bushes. There is, like... correct me if I'm wrong on this, Scarlet, because I might be slightly off here, but I think there's, like, one hidden thing per screen, right? So, like, there's the staircase on this screen. I don't know how I did that. That's it. There's nothing else on that screen. You never would have beaten it if you were a kid when this came out. I mean, you're still you're still a kid, to be honest. And you could probably beat it now. I played it casually before I started trying to learn the speedrun, and there was only like 2 things that I got stuck on. One per screen, but not every screen. But yeah, you can kind of narrow it down. Sometimes you'll be like, that bush looks out of place. Not at once. Still, you get what I mean. Comparatively, like, when you say play it as a kid, was what, like 6 years ago? Yeah, what do they call it in the long ago? I guess my point is that, like, if we were able to do it when we were kids, you could probably have done it when you were a kid. Realistically. Now, I think another thing they kind of... I think their idea for why things were so obtuse were, one, they wanted to just give you a tool and say, okay, now just go play around with this until you find stuff. I think that was part of it. But I think part of it was also, it's arbitrary bloat. It's to make the game longer than it actually is. As you can see, with minimal practice, you can beat the game in under an hour if you know where to go already. So it was to make the game last longer. And 2, it was very much a thing back then in, like, the 80s and 90s where, like, kids talked about this stuff at school. So they'd share stories and be like, yo, I found a dungeon under a rock yesterday. What? No way. No, you didn't. I'm gonna try that when I go home. And that's, like, how information spread. And I think game developers leaned into that. They were kind of like, well, we'll make stuff super obtuse, and then, like, the kids will just tell each other. Which isn't good game design. I feel like that's worth pointing out. But, they didn't know what good game design was then, is what it comes down to. They were just making it up as they were going along. I do not have a lot of comfortable health for fighting Leok. I'm not feeling great about this. Yup, he's gonna kill me. Yup. Oh my god, what a bad series of runs. What happened? Those first 3 runs were, like, good. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, is that the playground strategy session really only worked for the games that were, like, super mainstream. If you were playing, like, something that no one was playing, like, you just had to figure it out on your own. Which is, to a point, still the way it is today, realistically. Not as bad, but it's still kind of, like... Sometimes, like, you're having trouble figuring something out, it's like, well, if it's an obscure enough game, you might just be on your own there. Even in the early days of the internet, it was still like that, because it was like, if no one played it, no one played it. I don't know why I'm even trying here. I'm gonna die again. Yep, especially if I walk in with one heart. No chance to survive, make my time. Yeah, I'm super dead. This run's over. Jesus, what's going on? It's because Logan got here. The runs were good until that happened. No, you got here at the end of the last run, didn't you? So that's not necessarily true. The last one that actually finished. Scarlet also got back, but she was here at the beginning of the stream and the runs were fine, so... Unless it's a different Scarlet. I'd recommend playing this, actually, Logan. I like this game. And if you have Switch Online, which I know you do, you can just play it. It's just there, waiting. I thought that's a donkey runs at first, and I was very confused. Very, very confused. I'd recommend this game more than Zelda 2, let me put it that way. This is easier to figure out than Zelda 2 is. Zelda 2 has some serious issues in the overworld, where it's like, how the fuck was I supposed to figure that out? Was Dookie like poopy? Shit. Zelda 2 is very hard, yeah. It is a very difficult video game. I think, to be honest, I only enjoyed it as much as I did because I had save states and rewinding. I think if it wasn't for that, I probably would have hated it. Because it's difficult and punishing. Like, if you die, you get sent, like, real far back, so it's... I think if I didn't have the Nintendo Switch goodies, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it as much. Can you give me some health? I mean, the Donk Boy should be fine. Got the bomb drop, that bodes well. So I guess, to point out, if anyone's wondering why didn't that work last time, like what went wrong that you were short on bombs last time, it's because if you... There's like, multiple ways to kill the Dongo, or deal damage to the Dongo. And, one is that you actually hit him with the smoke of the bomb, and it, like, stuns him, and then you hit him with the sword. When you do that, it guarantees a bomb drop. So it's pretty important to do that, but sometimes I suck at making it happen if the Dongo's RNG is just not very good. And last run, it was not very good. So it caused problems. But I think especially if you like games where you can just kind of like wander and explore. I think this game still holds up pretty well. I think it's still enjoyable. You might get stuck a couple times and feel like you have to look up where to go next. and it has that satisfying... I've talked about, like... I've compared this to Breath of the Wild, because it's... I feel like a lot of people do, so I might as well lean into that. I think the difference is this game still has that element of, like... You can find an area and be like, oh, I can't go this way yet. I need, like, an item to be able to go further here. And Breath of the Wild doesn't have that. Breath of the Wild just gives you everything out of the box, which takes away that feeling of progression to me. The only thing I can remember is that, there were some of those towers that you couldn't scale unless you had, like, a certain amount of stamina, and it just wasn't as satisfying to me. I felt like they took it away while also overcomplicating it. Does that make sense? Because they took it away, but they re-included it in the way of, oh, you need more stamina to climb this tower. Oh, you need armor that makes it that you don't spontaneously combust when you're around the volcano. But I would have found it more interesting if it was, like, an item. Like, if they gave you a hook shot and that's how you used it to scale the tower, I would have been like, oh, this is neat. If they gave you, like, something that just passively gave you the heat resistance and you didn't have to change your armor all the goddamn time, I would have been like, oh, this is fine. If it was more like a Zelda game, I probably would have liked it more, is what it comes down to. Would you need the magic shield for 100%? I think the magic shield was on that list, yeah. I think you have to get to the Goron village to get the armor, don't you? Which is just extra stupid. But I don't know, I like the problem solving. This is almost a Metroidvania, and that's something that I feel was completely missing from Breath of the Wild, where you'd run into stuff and be like, oh, there's a big stone barrier over this dungeon's door. I can't open it yet. Bombs aren't powerful enough. I must need to get, like, a fucking hammer or something. That's just not a thing in Breath of the Wild. No, what I was saying is, can you get the armor without going to the village? If I remember right, I had to use the potions to get the armor. I think they only sold it in the Goron village. To be fair, I played this game like 3 years ago, so my memory might just be bad. I feel like I had to look up potions, too. Like, I think that was a moment in Breath of the Wild I actually had to Google, and I was like, how the fuck am I supposed to do this? And they were like, oh, well, if you talk to this random guy in this random stable, he tells you about potions. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. What? I thought this was supposed to be open world. It's amazing to me how that game is, like, simultaneously a really good open world game, but also really bad, because they do things where, like that, where you have to do things a very specific way and know to talk to a magic pixel NPC somewhere. Man, fuck that game. But yeah, personally, I think the Metroidvania system is satisfying of, like, getting an item and being like, oh, I can use it to get to that place that I couldn't get to before. Especially when the game does a good job of, like, defying your expectations, where you're like, well, I know I need something to get here, but I don't fully know what it is. It's probably just gonna be a double jump or something boring like that. But then they're like, nah, we're gonna give you boots that allow you to walk on air. It's like, whoa, dude, cool. So a lot of, like, the post-OOT Zeldas I really like for that reason, because the items are, like, imaginative and interesting. Huh, I need to be able to break this ice. Maybe they'll give me, like, a fire rod? There was a fire rod in previous Zelda games, right? Now we're gonna give you a big-ass ball and chain that's bigger than you are, and you can just fucking huck it at enemies. It's like, dude, cool. I'm down. Meanwhile, Breath of the Wild falls onto that, like, JRPG thing of, like, just get your stamina stat higher. And it's like, that's boring, dude. Give me a new way to climb instead of that. Give me something that allows me to, like, run up walls or something. Defy expectations. How was it that it was a game all about climbing, and they never give you a hook shot? What the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? Anyway, fuck that game. I should have warned Brian earlier that if he really likes Zelda and if he really likes Breath of the Wild, that, let's just get this out of the way now. I don't like that game. I was okay with the climbing, but I also think the idea of just making the stamina bar bigger, like, it was too slow, if that makes sense. It's more exciting if they're like, oh, we're gonna double your stamina bar, but they never do it that much. They're like, here's 0.2% more stamina. It's like, oh. So this will be exciting in another 30 hours when I get it even higher than this, but for now it just sucks. Okay, cool. You can jump 5 pixels higher isn't really an exciting upgrade. You can jump twice as high is an exciting upgrade. Oh, that's not good. Oh, lady. I don't know for sure, but I suspect this is a thing. I think if you kill Manhandla in one bomb, that it also forces a bomb drop. So that's neat. I don't know if that's for sure a thing, but it feels like a thing. I have enough. I could go get the meat early. It's gonna perhaps lose some time now, but let's fuck around a little bit. That's another thing I disliked, is, it just doubles up, right? In regards to, where the fuck am I? No, down here. Okay. Sorry, I lost my bearings, like, completely there for a second. That was kind of weird. Breath of the Wild 3 heart runs, they try to be like, oh, look, I'm only doing it with 3 hearts, I'm gonna die a lot. But then they use the fucking potions that give you 23 temporary hearts. That's not a 3-heart challenge, bitch. That's like... You're a liar. Anyway. Bum 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 bum. Oh, I hate that. Okay. It's like those Mega Man Buster only runs where they're like, I did Mega Man 2 Buster only. It's like, that's literally impossible. And they're always like, oh, well, it was Buster only except for it couldn't be Buster only. It's like, bitch, that's not Buster only then. You're just trying to make it sound more impressive than it really is. This is terrible. They're everywhere. Everything sucks. I wish more people would just, like, play games just to have fun instead of trying to impress each other. At least maybe what I'm getting at. Like, if people have, like, because realistically, how's it different than speedrunning? If you're having fun doing it, then by all fucking means, right? But if you're just doing it to be like, ooh, look at me, it's like, who cares? And maybe it's that I'm like, maybe it's that I'm jaded. Because as not only as a content creator, but as an artist, I've found myself in a lot of situations where I'm like, no one seems to care. So, and I feel like I put a lot of work into stuff. So I feel like maybe it's that when I look at other people's stuff and I feel like they're not putting a lot of work into it, that I'm just like, why does anyone care about this? Which is unfair, but you know, that's what happens when you get old and bitter. I don't know if there was a practical reason for why the doors could only be in the center. Like, I don't know if that was like a technical limitation, or was it just asset reuse? Is it easier to reuse rooms if they fit a certain blueprint? Dude, how do I keep getting here with such little health? Oh my god, that was terrifying. I hate it. we lost a lot of time on that dungeon. Well, it wasn't on the dungeon. It was because of the shopping trip beforehand, I think. I should have hit the raid warning while I was on Triforce flickering. How you guys doing? Yeah, I saw about that that gaming PC thing. Which I guess, is that because of the heat wave, maybe? Is that why the power consumption is such a concern all of a sudden? I don't know, I didn't read into it, I just saw it in passing. Oh, and you know what? I'm dumb. I'm apparently so focused on the run that I thought that said Cobra raid. And I was waiting for Cobra to show up before I said something more official about it. I don't know. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm kind of tilted because the last couple runs haven't been super good. I'm gonna blame it on that. Fuck you. You too. Bye-bye. But yeah, how are you guys? Still, how are you guys doing? I hope whatever it was you were up to went well. Was a short one here, right? Because you were just here not too long ago. Grab a potion finally. Well, can't complain about a safety bomb drop. That's useful. Cut it short because you're tired. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling a little bit of drag tonight myself. But I think part of that is like, we've just had like 3 runs be reset like in a row where they just got really bad and things fell apart. And I think that was maybe just a little demoralizing, and now I'm just kind of like, bleh. I should have just went ahead and killed him. Oh well. It's fine. I don't need that bomb yet, so get out of my way. Get out of my way. Alright. Asshole time. Ooh, that was a good one. I hate everything about this. Get me out of here. Dude, why you gotta be like that? Seriously? I hate it, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Get out of here. It's so stressful. It's so stressful. It's probably like my least favorite part of the run, is I think I've gradually gotten better at dealing with Wizrobes. Dark Nuts are still major major assholes, and I want no part of it. Oh, God, dude. That's not bad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dude, this is terrible. Oh, my God. Alright, so we're gonna have to potion here because I suck. And I don't want to die. Not here. After this, I would have been okay with dying, but here? No. No, no, no. It's not how we roll. Okay, that's fair. Oh my God. Are you actually fucking with me right? Oh my... Bad Zelda enemy or worst Zelda enemy? You decide. I'm kidding, bubbles are worse by far. Because they're just more toxic. And disrespectful. These guys are just fucking hard. Oh my God, dude. They're being stingy on drops, too. Hate to see that. Low-level challenges. See, that's another one, though, for me, that's like... You might as well make it a speedrun, because otherwise, you could do Final Fantasy VII at level 1, but it could take you 6 months, and I don't think that's terribly impressive. But if you do it as a speedrun and do it in, like, 2 sessions, that's pretty impressive. Because that shows that you're really strategizing what you're doing, and you're not just throwing your face against the wall and waiting for it to work. Well, I got close enough to grab the bomb out of him, so I guess we can just leave. That's neat. I don't know how he resisted knockback like that. That was pretty shitty, but... You know what I mean, though. Because, yeah, they do, like, low percent speedruns, which are, like, get the bare minimum. It's like, that's fine. But if you're just throwing yourself at it for over 70 hours, I don't think that's terribly impressive anymore. That's, if anything, it's impressive that you're willing to put up with that much bullshit for that amount of time. Jerk. I also kind of feel like, at least with speedrunning, it's... You can keep doing it and improve, whereas, like... You do a 3-heart challenge once, and then if you do it again, what's the point? What are you trying to prove at that point? Unless you're keeping track of how many times you die, and stuff like that. Or saying, hey, I'm gonna do it faster this time. That's a little bit more understandable. I think there are different types of challenges people can put themselves through when it comes to games, and I think some of them are impressive, and then some of them are not nearly as impressive, and they're more like just kind of clickbaity and boasty, and yet those are the ones that seem to be really mainstream, which is what I don't like. I don't like the fact that the mainstream ones are the, haha, I'm punishing myself. More than, look how good I am. I would almost respect it more if people were just showing off and saying, look, I'm a god gamer. Like, that's more impressive than just... I died 360 times in Dark Souls. Like, who cares? So? So we actually have a big ol' surplus of rupees now, because we've already bought the meat, right? Yeah, I already have it. So that's interesting. I could actually potentially buy another potion if I need to at this point. I think with how I routed it, because of the rupee cap, it allowed me to have more rupees, like, after the fact or something. I don't know. Yeah, the red arrows. Professional gamer plays Ocarina of Time for 500 hours and you won't believe what happens next. It's like... And again, maybe part of it is just me being jaded, because I feel like I've actually done, like, some pretty impressive things. Like, not even necessarily as far as gaming goes, but as far as, like, art goes. And I feel like I don't get a whole ton of recognition for them, so it kind of makes... Which is unfair and bitter of me to be like, well, no one cares about me, so why should I care about them? Like, that's really bitter old man way of doing it. But, you know, it takes its toll. Fuck you. I think clickbait's, like, totally fine as long as it's, like, actually leading to some sort of entertainment. And that's the problem. A lot of it is, like, it's nothing. I can't think of a good example of that, but you see a lot of clickbait that's just kind of like, yeah, I knew that. You mean you didn't know that? That was a clean room. Love to see that. Stop! We're not at the end of the dungeon. I was reaching for my splits. It's like, nah, we're not there yet. It'd be like, imagine if someone made a video that was like, I climbed to the top of Mario Brothers World 1-2, and you'll never believe what I found. That's like the bad clickbait. It's like, yeah, no shit. Everyone knows about that. And a lot of people make videos like that, is the stupid thing. I don't understand how they can put that amount of time into making a video like that. Like, why bother? We don't have any bombs. This is a... Oh, no. It's just one of these. Okay. Oh, wow, okay. That works. See, I don't think I'd need that much convincing to play Dark Souls. Like, I'm not super interested in it, but I'm not, like, completely against it. Like, say, Undertale. Like that, you'd have to pay me a large amount of money for me to do that. On stream, that is. Fucker. I always forget, just turn around and just head right out. Oh, what is this? so trash and Smash when in reality the dude wasn't trash. That's a little bit different. Like, I agree, that's still clickbait. But that's also... That's not clickbaiting for views. That's clickbaiting to try and get people to come to the stream and play, thinking that they'll get a free win just so you can fucking murk them. That's murking, right? That's like a little bit different. It's still clickbait, it's just a very different type of clickbait. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I haven't realized what it is yet. I just have this bad gut. There it is. What key did I forget to pick up? Uh-oh. Well, there should be one right over here, so... Like, these guys should drop one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're fine. I don't know where I forgot to pick up a key, though. So that was interesting. I don't think that's what I was forgetting, though. To be clear. I think it was something else. Yo. I'll take that. Awesome X10, how's it going, by the way? This is your guide for beating the game. Honestly, I kind of thought that, like, when after I finished my casual playthrough, I was kind of like, dude, I probably could have just grabbed the speedrun route and just used this to get through with my casual playthrough. Because it's not... Sometimes that doesn't work if a speedrun requires too much, like, too many tricks. This one doesn't, though. So yeah, it kind of works. It's not great. Especially because you get the sword, like, pretty early. A lot of speedruns like this would normally, like, skip it and be like... I'm just gonna use the default sword, and therefore it's gonna be significantly harder trying to follow the speedrun route, but it would probably work here. It wouldn't be too punishing. Yeah. Yeah, it's just kind of efficient. Where if you tried to look up, like, a Super Metroid speedrun to be like, I just want to get through the game fast, I bet they skip, like, most of the energy tanks and assume that you're capable of just not getting hit. This one kind of works because of the fact that you need health to be able to get the swords. So they still pick up a lot of heart containers, because they want to get the swords, because the swords do more damage and it lets them go fast. Don't even think about it, Bubble. Jerk. Also, hey Twain, how's it going? Are you... I'm assuming you're not streaming tonight, unless you're only just now about to get started. But, like, I guess a good example is if you were to look up the world record for this run and try and follow along and beat the game, you're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna have a hard time. Because they do a bunch of, like, glitches and stuff that you're probably gonna be like, how the fuck do I do that? How'd I lose so much time here? Honestly, due to various rerouting, my splits are, like, all fucked up. How would you even, like, split a game like this where sometimes it's variable? Because, like, sometimes I have enough rupees to go buy the meat early, and sometimes I don't. And that creates a pretty big difference in how the... I wasn't supposed to use that twice. Fuck. Will this take me back to 2? Yes, okay. Crisis averted. I blanked and tooted twice instead of once. That being said, though, like, that's a big thing I like about this run, is that it's like your RNG, your rupee RNG will, like, potentially change your route at some points, which is kind of interesting. Give that element of, like, oh, I could just go do this now. Whereas most other speedruns don't really have that. How are you not dead? Oh my god, dude. This room is, like... If you, like, looked at some cancer cells through a microscope, this is the room you'd see. You just see a tiny screen with this room on it. Or this room. They're both pretty bad. This one's, like, slightly less bad, but it's still pretty bad. Hate speedruns because you thought enjoy the game, you didn't understand why people did it. We were kind of talking about that earlier, right? Like, I thought, like, I don't remember when the first GDQ was that I watched, but that was kind of what, like, awakened me. Whereas before that, I was very much like, speedrunning is stupid. I don't understand why people would just want to rush through a game as quickly as possible. And okay, well played. He was like, I'm resetting the RNG. That's fair. But, and there are speedrunners like that. There are some speedrunners that are just like, they only start playing the game because they want to play it as quickly as possible. But I think a lot of people that speedrun a game, they do it because they like that game so much that they want to play it more. But I do think there are some that are like, they just want to get through it as fast as possible and skip as much as they can, which is kind of dumb. That's no way to like, experience the game if you're just skipping it all, I think. And yeah, there's a lot of people that do stream speedruns that are, like, not super entertaining, because they're basically just, they're so focused on grinding out world record that they're not, like, being entertaining. And that's, like, a balance I definitely value. Alright, so I'm good on bombs. We need to go buy a potion. Because we actually used both charges of ours. Thankfully. There's one right over here. Oh, like on one of your times, you got... someone beat you? On which one? Legacy? We can probably skip the red ring again, because now we have 2 potion uses. So, paging Pensive Scarlet. $4 minutes? Whoa, dude. That's a lot. I should actually, like, get a good time and submit it, but I think the last time I ran it, the run went, like, really badly. And I was like, there's no way I'm submitting this, because this is terrible. And awesome, you asked about if Switch Online's worth it. It's worth, yes, but it's worth mentioning that I don't get it just for this. Like, I didn't just pick it up just so I could play Zelda 1. Like, it's worth pointing that out so far. Like, because I've had it since it was available, and it was solely because of multiplayer for... It's so cheap, especially if you're, like, an adult. $20 a year is fucking nothing to you if you're an adult. So it's kind of a no-brainer. It's just there if I need it. If I want to play a game online, if I want to play an NES or a Super NES game, it's just available. And I do use the online play a lot, between Monster Hunter and now Pokemon Unite. So I'd say... Yes, if you're gonna use any of that stuff, absolutely. If you have, like, one game on your Switch and it doesn't have online play and you're not interested in NES and Super NES games, it's probably not worth it for you, because you just won't get use out of it. Like, if the only game you own is Mario Odyssey or Breath of the Wild, and that's enough for you, you're not gonna get much out of Switch Online. But I would recommend looking through the libraries on NES and Super NES Online, because there's a lot of really good games on there. And when I say that, I mean other than Mario World and Link to the Past, because those are the only ones people ever talk about. Actually, I don't even hear people talk about Link to the Past, to be honest. I've recently come to the understanding that I don't think Link to the Past is as overrated as I thought it was. It's not as overrated as, like, Ocarina of Time. For sure. People really dick ride Ocarina of Time. Also, we're kind of in a situation right now where I think I'm just gonna try to finish the run, and then I'll catch up on chat when I'm done. Because this dungeon is difficult, and I'm getting my ass kicked, and there's also a lot of shit happening, so... Yeah, I'm gonna need a potion here. I think the very fact that Link to the Past is a top-down Zelda means it can't be overrated. I don't think any top-down Zelda is overrated. It's only the 3D ones. People turn their nose up at games like this because they're like, oh, it's so primitive. Low-key, I like top-downs more than the 3D Zeldas. I think. Scarlet's gonna miss another blue dress Zelda, isn't she? Is this really gonna happen? Is this happening? Let's go ahead and use this now before something bad potentially happens. Don't get me wrong, I like a lot of the 3D ones too. I think it's that, especially, I'm realizing there's a lot of, like, indie, like, Zelda-likes, of, like, top-down Zeldas, but they're all fucking Link to the Past. None of them are like this. where it's a bit more open. They're all, like, super linear. Where the game, like, tells you where to go next and everything, and that's, like, that reeks of Link to the Past. Which is, like, fine. I think there's an audience for that type of game, too. Don't get me wrong. But I'm also, like... I don't know. There should be more games like this that are more focused on, like, more Metroidvania-like. Where they're a little bit more exploration-focused. Just getting new items and then seeing what they can do. And I'm sure there are, I just can't think of them off the top of my head. Binding of Isaac is like, it's a top-down, but it, like, isn't really a Zelda-style experience at all, aside from that. Aside from the camera angle, that's about where the similarities end. I don't know how to like combo him. Like I don't know how to do it. I know you can, I just don't know how to. I accidentally did it once and it was like super hype. But I don't know how I did it. Yo, Glad on Dungeon 9. You love to see it. Wow, I made like a minute and a half back on Dungeon 9. What the fuck? If I wouldn't have PB'd earlier, this would have been a PB. If that makes sense. I know, that's kind of like, well, you PB'd earlier, though, so who cares? You know what I mean. Okay. Let me back up a bit. My lighting looks really shitty tonight, and I haven't been able to triangulate why. I mean, there it looks bad because I'm leaning underneath the microphone, so I'm shadowed, but... Got 4 minutes on 1 through 6, that's rough. And yeah, finding the right streamers for speedruns is definitely important, because you'll not only find the ones that don't even look at chat, they're just laser focused on grinding out world record. And the only reason they're streaming is so that they can have it on record in case they actually get a good time, so that they can cut it up. They're not there to interact with an audience, they're not there to be entertaining, they're there to compete. And I personally don't find that super interesting to watch. Even if it's a game I like, I tend to not really like it. You'll also see a lot of speedrunners who will, first mistake they make, they reset. If they make, like, the worst, like, Mega Man games are, like, ones I really don't like watching people play because of this. Because it'll be on the first stage just over and over and over again. For 3 hours straight, they'll only be doing the first stage of the run. Because they'll make one mistake and they'll reset. And I hate that. That's why I will often try to do no reset runs, where I'll just be like, unless the run is outright dead, I'm going to continue. I'm just going to finish the run. Because otherwise, I'll get bored if I'm just doing the first dungeon over and over again. Like, that'll drive me up a wall. So it's definitely like, you gotta find the right people for it, for sure. And if you're looking for people speedrunning on YouTube, it's just not a thing. So, like, that's kind of another issue. And yeah, what I said about Switch Online, like, yeah, I've basically had it since day one. It's cheap enough that I'm able to just justify it. just to have it. If I ever wanted to, when I got the impulse to, I should play Zelda 1, maybe learn to speed. I don't think I even planned on speedrunning it until I decided to do another casual playthrough, and then I was like, I could probably speedrun this. Like, this, I think this would be kind of fun. It's short, it's pretty simple. I was like, I'm gonna play Zelda 2, I'm gonna play, I got on a Zelda kick randomly, and I just had access to 3 Zelda games. One of which I hadn't played before, being Zelda 2, and 2 of which that I hadn't played in probably 10 years, which was Zelda 1 and A Link to the Past. But I've also used it a lot for multiplayer, like, not only Smash Brothers back when that came out, but Monster Hunter, done a lot of multiplayer on that. Unite, I've been playing a lot. Pokemon Unite, I've been playing a lot lately. So yeah, I think it's worth it if you will use it. If you have a Switch and the only game you have is like Mario Odyssey or Breath of the Wild or Skyrim or something, and you never play anything online and have no interest in NES and Super NES games, even though it's still very cheap, you might not feel like you're getting anything out of it. They don't really do a lot to make it feel worth it if the face value isn't enough for you. And I don't necessarily hold that against them. Like, I think that's fine-ish. It doesn't really bother me, I guess is what it comes to, because it's $20 a month. Or a year at that. You used to hate Ocarina a lot. Ocarina's weird for me because, like, I don't think I've played Ocarina of Time in, like, 15 years? Maybe longer. And I didn't hate it. I don't have a bad relationship with that game, but it's definitely one of those games that people think is, like, just one of the greatest fucking games ever, and we should all just drop our pants and bend over for it, because it's just God's gift to video games. And it's like, it's not that good, dude. It's like, it's getting old. I don't think it probably hasn't aged particularly well. Mario 64 has that problem too, I think, where it's like, it's aging. And like, it may have still been a pretty good game at the time, especially for when developers were still trying to figure out how 3D platforming worked. Like, yeah, they did a pretty good job of it. But there were clear flaws that had to be fixed, like, pretty quickly. But at the time, it was, like... It's kind of funny that, like, even at the time, like, when Mario 64 came out, I remember people complaining about the camera. And, like, Banjo-Kazooie, I remember people complaining about the camera. And it's like... What did we have to compare it to, though? We didn't have a comparison point. Like, realistically, it was camera control in a genre of games that previously didn't have camera control. So to a point, I'm like, what were we complaining about? We didn't have anything to compare it to say, oh, this game did it better. And it's like, now it has such a bad rap for, like, N64 camera control. And it's like, well, yeah, like, we figured it out since then. But it's like, back then, like, it was that or nothing. It was that or the view was locked. Which, nothing necessarily against those games, but like, did you want them to just never do it until someone else figured it out? Well, then we'd still wouldn't have camera control, because people would just be like, I don't understand, like, we don't know how to make it work. We probably did in regards to Mario 64 especially, and I haven't played Mario 64 in a really, really long time. Probably like 15 years, close to 20. The last time I played it was before Mario 64 DS came out, which was like a launch title for the DS. So, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I played that game. But if I recall correctly, at some points, doesn't the camera, like, lock? And it, like, you can't move it? I don't think Banjo-Kazooie did that, so I feel like that camera was probably better, but people still complained about that too. Did I miss anything else? Do you think 3D Zeldas have more spectacle than the 2D Zeldas? I think that's completely true. There's more of a focus on like combat. Combat in the top-down Zeldas aren't necessarily fantastic. Especially the older ones. Zelda 1 and A Link to the Past, the combat's like a little clunky, in my opinion. I recently realized that Link to the Past is a little bit better than I previously gave it credit for, because if you play it like Zelda 1, where you only have an active sword hitbox in front of you, it controls a lot better. But it bothers me how in A Link to the Past he has this giant sword swing, like, animation, and that's not where the hitbox is whatsoever. It's very misleading, and that can make it kind of frustrating. But then from Awakening onward, I think it's like a little bit better. But it's still pretty shallow compared to the 3Ds, for sure. Watching a video where the guy brought up the idea of the value of NSO is matched with NES, SNES, and online games as well as cloud saves. Like, truthfully, it's such a weird thing, to be honest, because I'm sure there's some technical hardware shit that I just don't understand, but I find it really bizarre that we have to pay to use online on consoles when we don't have to pay to use online on PC. I kind of just don't understand that. Like, I don't get it. So, to a point, I'm like, it's shitty that they even expect us to, especially after so many years of not expecting us to pay for it. But the fact that it's so affordable, one thing I left out is that you do get access to buying stuff like this, like the wireless NES and Super NES controllers. You get access to those too, which is cool. I'm pretty happy with that purchase. So I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with my lighting. My lighting just looks horrible tonight. I noticed it earlier, but I was like in the middle of a run. I didn't have a chance to fix it. It's a little bit better, maybe. I do think they could stand to maybe do like what PlayStation Network does and give us like a free game a month or something like that. Like, something. The reality is not everyone's gonna care about NES and Super NES games. That's just the reality. And I'm honestly in there. Like, when they announced Super NES for Switch Online, I was like, I don't fucking care. Like, I've played Mario World and Link to the Past, like, more times than I care to ever play them again. And most people have. Like, I saw them, and as a streamer, I was like, great, we're gonna have to watch a bunch of people play these fucking games again. That sucks. I'd rather them add, like, Game Boy games or something like that. Games that people haven't played. And I think kids especially are probably not going to give a shit about these games. But I think most kids are going to want the online just for, like, playing Pokemon Unite online or something, or Minecraft, or even Fortnite when it was super popular. It's not a thing anymore, but, I mean, it is. It's still there, but at least people shut the fuck up about it. I don't know. I've never been angry about paying for Nintendo Switch Online. I guess I'll put it that way. I feel like they could potentially make it feel a little bit more valuable, but I would also be worried that if they start adding more to it that they're going to raise the price. And I'd rather it just be affordable, honestly. But I do think it's very selective in that regard. If you're not going to be playing games online, if you don't care about NES and Super NES games, then it's probably like, well, why would I get it? But that's the way it is for other consoles too, so I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, if you don't care about playing games online on your PS4, why would you have PlayStation Network? Like, why would you buy it? So, like, I don't understand. I think the sole reason people were so vocal about Nintendo Switch Online being something you have to pay for was solely because in the Wii, Wii U, and 3DS eras, Nintendo did not charge us for online. They just gave it away. So suddenly the fact that we had to pay for it pissed people off just because of the principle of, oh, I have to pay for it now? That sucks. Scarlet, we need to have a discussion. Did you really? We had 2 runs tonight where Blue Dress Zelda made an appearance, and I'm pretty sure you missed both of them. What do you have to say for yourself? Now, I'd be lying if I said I did them just for you, because it was more of it just happened to work out, so it's not like I did it just to make Scarlet happy and you weren't here, but still, what do you have to say for yourself? Yeah, some kids will be interested in the retro gaming and some won't be. And that's fine. But I think if they were to add a Game Boy online, like a Game Boy Switch Online, and an N64 Switch Online, I'd be like, this is a fucking steal. Because Game Boy, there's a lot of really good games on Game Boy that most people haven't played because there's that stigma of portable games, handheld games. Those aren't real games. So there's a lot of games that people haven't played. Mario Land 2, Link's Awakening, Metroid 2, all the Kirby's, probably a bunch of other shit that I can't even remember right now. There's a lot of good games on Game Boy that people have not played. So I think that would be good for that reason. And then N64, being able to play multiplayer N64 games online would be spectacular. So I think those 2 alone would add a lot of value. Actually curious. How many hours do I have on 95 hours, and I'm guessing like 80 of those are on this game. Oh, only 40 on this. Well, Zelda 2 probably got a ton of hours too. Yeah, 20 hours on Zelda 2 before I beat it. No. Don't play that shit that gets me copyright claimed. That shit out of here. Anyway, yeah, I think Switch Online is fine. I could see why people would think, like I said, if you don't play games online and have no interest in those retro catalogs, I could understand why you'd be like, it doesn't feel worth it to me. But I would also argue that if you're not playing games online, they're not trying to be appealing to you anyway. That is like the #1 priority of the service, right? Is online play. So I think people that don't play games online that are complaining about it are complaining just to complain. Because if you don't play games online, just don't fucking buy it. It's that simple. It's like me and PlayStation Network. I haven't touched my PS4 in months. I don't think I've had PlayStation Network since like March, because I just wasn't using it. I didn't complain about the price. I just said I'm not using it. I'm just gonna not buy it. I think most of why people were upset about Switch Online was just because you didn't make us pay for this on Wii U. And to a point, I agree with that, but it's also like, you can't let that fact alone persuade your judgment on it, I guess. I do dislike that they moved to these services as opposed to Virtual Console. I do kind of dislike that. But I think my bigger problem with that is once the Wii U eShop goes offline, then a lot of those games just aren't going to be accessible again. We're just going to have to wait for them to make a Game Boy Advance and a Nintendo DS Switch Online so that we can have access to them. So that kind of sucks. You don't organize the games on here? Why? Having them just scattered all over the place was driving me crazy. But you can just do it. You don't even have to do it manually now. If you press and hold Y, you can just say sort them by title. Or release date. Or whatever. I was doing it manually for the longest time, and then they added the fact that you can just do it like that now. So I would say we should probably start wrapping it up. I'd say this was a pretty good night. We had those like 2 or 3 runs that reset in the first like half of the run because they just went horribly bad. But all of the runs we completed were all under an hour, which is what my short-term goal is to just be able to consistently do it under an hour. And we got like a 50-second PB or something like that, so that's also cool. Maybe the next time we do it, we'll even be able to get it down under 50. That'd be kind of neat. I don't know if we're going to do more of this next week. We might. Actually, I mentioned this earlier. I need to talk to Twain more about his plans for Awakening, because my plan was... Not my plan, but my thought was, if I would wait to derust on Awakening, and then if we did a race night where I would be derusting it while he's learning it, but I know he doesn't like necessarily learning speedruns on stream. So he might already be learning it. I don't know. That's what I need to find out. If that's the case, I need to start derusting that at some point. So we might do that next week. Or we might just do more of this. It'll probably be one or the other. I don't think we'll speedrun anything else. It'll be one of these 2 things, I think. Other options are... Yeah, other options aren't really clicking as like, oh, this is what we'll do. It'll be one of these 2 things. It'll be more Zelda speedruns. Otherwise, tomorrow, we're gonna start Mario's Super Picross on Super Nintendo Online. Because that doesn't have Mega Picross in it. So I'm gonna take a nice, like, a couple weeks off from Mega Picross. And we're just gonna chill with some normal Picross. So we're gonna start that tomorrow. Tuesday we'll get back to Bravely Default. We'll probably finish the main story of Bravely Default on Tuesday. But it has a fake ending. And it keeps going. And I think we are going to go for the true ending. It basically works like this. The end of Chapter 5 is a fake ending. The end of Chapter 6 is the true ending, and then Chapter 7 is like a post-game kind of thing. I think we'll go up through the end of Chapter 6. We'll go for the true ending. I'm not going to do Chapter 7, though. I think I'll split the difference. And then Wednesday I'll be off, but I'll be racing with Twain. We're gonna do some Mega Man 1 through 6. Not all at once, just kind of separately. But it will be on Twitch for those of you, Scarlet, who's turning their nose up at Twitch streams being a thing. I actually need to make a command that has a link to your Twitch channel so I can direct people there a little bit better when I talk about it. I have the one for YouTube, but I should make one for Twitch, too. I'll keep chatbot up and do that after the stream. Thursday, we'll be back with Sonic 3D Blast. I don't know about Friday or Saturday. But as I said, Sunday we'll come back with more Zelda. It'll either be more Zelda 1 or it'll be some Awakening. We'll see what happens. I'll get it figured out and try to keep the schedule updated so everyone can keep up with it. Otherwise, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. As I said, aside from those like 2 or 3 runs that reset really early because they just really sucked, I feel like the runs tonight were pretty... I feel like I redeemed myself. I feel like my runs last week weren't that good. I felt like I felt like I did better tonight, for sure. I still might look into 100% on this, too. Maybe I'll also check that out and see what do they do differently in that run. How difficult would it be to transition from this to 100%? Maybe I'll also look into that. That might be another option. Anyway, I'm gonna stop rambling. My throat's starting to get pretty tired. I'm gonna go make something to eat. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Picross. So thank you again for hanging out tonight. It was good having everybody. And let's take a real quick look at how hours for August are going so far. We actually got Guy in first at the moment, and Volpe very close in second place. And Scarlet bringing up the rear in third. But of course, that's only one day of August. That'll change a lot, so... I don't know what they change about the SP version. I should also try and play through Second Quest at some point just to experience it and see if it's awful. There's another option, I guess. Maybe I'll look into the randomizer, and we could maybe try that next week. It'll probably be something Zelda-themed, though, is what you should be taking away from this conversation. Alright, one last time. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Picross. Take it easy.